and his leadership was integral to the creation of the new Mongolian state. Following the 1990 democratic and economic reforms and the resulting resignation of the entire Politburo of the ruling party, Mr. Ochirbat was appointed as chairman of the Presidium of the People's Great Khural, head of state at that time, as a person who could unify the people during this tumultuous transition period, and in September of that year, as a president of that Mongolia. The country's transition to democracy was unique as one of the few truly peaceful transitions from Soviet-style government to multi-party democracy. In 1992, under his leadership, Mongolia considered and adopted new democratic constitution, which serves as the foundation of the nation's political entire system. The following year, he would earn the distinction of becoming Mongolia's first democratically elected president by direct popular vote. First, it was by the parliament. Now, this time, he was elected by the people itself. President Ochirbat's ability to develop innovative, inclusive, and progressive policies was vital to the nation's transition to a democratic state with a free market economy that you are witnessing now today. He was a consensus builder, a man of principle and of thoughtful action, a perfect leader for a nation facing a true metamorphosis. President Ochirbat's commitment to peace and prosperity has cemented his legacy. During his presidency, he championed third neighbor policy and diplomacy. That means building ties with democratic partners while maintaining careful, balanced relationship with its powerful neighbors. As president, he was the first Mongolian head of state to visit the United States and the first to visit China in 30 years, normalizing the relations with Mongolia and China. As President Ochirbat's legal and foreign policy advisor, later as the Executive Secretary of National Security Council, I was honored to work with him very closely and firsthand witnessed his charisma as well as experience of bringing together different political groups, parties, and coalitions that promoted political understanding and stability in Mongolia in the early 1990s. One of the most remarkable achievements of Mongolia's president's illustrious career was in foreign policy, when he declared Mongolia a single-state nuclear weapons-free zone and acquired by the Mongolia security assurances from the 5 nuclear weapons states that are also at the same time permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. Following his successful presidency, President Ochirbat remained deeply committed to public service. He founded the Ochirbat Foundation, advancing programs in poverty alleviation, self-sufficiency, environment protection, and education. In addition, he served as member of the Constitutional Court of Mongolia, protecting the very legal architecture he helped to create. He understood that while sound policy is essential, institutions only endure through the dedication of those who work to uphold them every day. He served also as president of Blue Banner, that champions the non-proliferation cause in this region as well beyond, and president of Mongolia Forum for Korea Unified. President Ochirbat's life reminds us that a nation should not be measured by military power or GDP alone, but by its ability to safeguard its people, protect its environment, and hold true to these values even under great pressures from within or from without. Ladies and gentlemen, today, as the world grapples with increasing levels of geopolitical instability that we read every morning almost, the legacy of President Ochibate is more salient than ever. It shows that small countries and people can make differences in international relations. In short, President Ochibate served as a bridge between eras. He was a promoter of peace and stability, institution builder, and the steward of Mongolian identity itself, which is very important in this world. May we honor his life not only in words, but by embracing the values he worked for and embodied. Thank you for your attention. Now I would like to invite my friend and colleague, David Caprara, Strategic Advisor of the Global Peace Foundation, to address this commemorative meeting. You have the floor.
To the Honorable Dr. Ochima Ochibate, to former Prime Minister Ama Jagal, and dear brothers and sisters from the global community, on behalf of our international delegation, Global Peace Foundation Chairman Dr. Han Jin-moon, President James Flynn, Action for Korea United, Co-President In-Tek So, Family Peace Association President Jim An-kwak, and One Korea Foundation, I'd like to extend our sincere condolences on the passing of President Ochibate, a true son of this great nation, and sympathy to his family and love for you and the people of Mongolia. President Ochibate brought factions together, just like we're together here today, to lay the foundations for the modern democratic Mongolia that is forward-looking but rooted yet in its ancient values and customs. I've enjoyed reading recently his memoir, a large book I commend to you called The Time of Heaven, that he wrote while he was president in the late 90s. He underscored in it these ancient values together with the universal values of freedom and religious freedom in particular to unify a new nation. These are the same values I understand Genghis Khan used, who also inspired the founding fathers of America and others throughout the world, that these basic values are inalienable. They come from heaven, they come from God, and can't be taken away. President Ochibate boldly declared Mongolia as the first nuclear weapon-free zone state, and as chairman or president of Blue Banner, together with his dear friend, our ambassador and his national security advisor, UN Ambassador Aung San Suu Kyi. He championed this cause of peace, disarmament, regional nuclear weapon-free zones at the UN and throughout the world. He was a patron, as you saw in the photos, of this Mongolia Forum. Was here every year, was with us in Korea as well, and over the last 7 years advocated also for a free and peacefully unified Korea, along with, as you heard, environment conservation, tree planting, and inspiring so many young leaders. His legacy is that of a statesman, as was said, balancing delicate relations between two major powers here, the immediate neighbors, China and Russia, and yet growing robust collaborations with the new Mongolia in the third neighbors here, including South and North Korea, the US, Japan, India, and many Asian countries. He has so many honors, too many to name, but they include the Order of Genghis Khan, the Order of the Polar Star, and Medal of the 800th anniversary of the foundation of the Great Mongolia State. He was truly also a deeply devoted family man in the Mongolian tradition, with his lovely wife and 2 daughters, including, as I mentioned, Dr. Ochima here today, to honor this legacy and keep it going. We give thanks together for such a courageous peacemaker who remains our dear friend and remains a guiding light, sharing Mongolia's peaceful and democratic example throughout the world. Through Ambassador Aung San, Ambassador, you would always tell us that President Ochibate urged us each year, pressed us to raise the bar, to have higher outcomes each time. And we took that charge very seriously in this historic 7th forum. So in conclusion, May President Orchabat forever be blessed and rest in peace. May this land of blue sky we all deeply cherish always honor his legacy and call all of us to do more through our lives and our work. Thank you very much.
Now, our friends and colleagues have prepared special gifts from the bottom of their hearts for Miss Ochirma, the daughter of President Orchabat. So we would like to invite her to the stage as a representative of her family, and I would also like to invite our dear Ambassador Iksehan and Mr. David Caprara, Dr. Rai, to present these gifts.
President Intexo as well. First, on behalf of Global Peace Foundation International, to the Orchabat family, with deepest gratitude for President Orchabat's lifelong dedication to Mongolia and global peace.
I collected it from the very holy place Ayodhya, where Rama took birth. Great success to our that's Ma is mother. India, Ma. Thank you so much. Actually, is always mother. Mother forever.
Dear colleagues, as reflected in the program, the forum addresses region's some critical issues. One distinctive aspect of Mongolia Forum is its practical preparations for today's meeting. We had 3 days to prepare for this meeting. The retreat and the off-the-record meetings that we have had last 2 days followed and to have an open exchange of views and issues on the agenda that is of common interest and concern, fostering a better understanding of each other, their views, as well as the deeper comprehension of the issues involved from multiple points of view. Not one view, but from multiple points of view. The retreat has also allowed our foreign participants to have a first-hand experience in learning about Mongolia's history. We visited the 13th century thing, unique culture and traditions. The Korean Peninsula remains an important issue, affecting not only the Northeast Asian region, but well beyond it. This is evidenced by the discussion of issues related to normalizing relations between the two Koreas that this year are marking 80th anniversary of liberation from foreign colonial domination. A second group of issues considered was the region's economic development as an important factor to normalize and strengthen the very basis of relations of stability, developing mutual understanding, and promoting dynamic economic development, which is very important in this area. It showed that still much needs to be done, not only at our level, but in bilateral relations with the countries of this region. The third group of issues discussed was connected with the climate change, in particular desertification that affects nearly 3.5 billion people in the world, including this region. Desertification causes soil erosion, sand and dust storms that affect human health, agricultural production, economic development, and poses serious challenge in attaining sustainable development goals proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly. The participants focused on the importance of tree planting as an effective practical measure and sharing the acquired and accumulated rich experiences, and on this basis promoting cross-border cooperation, which is logical and natural, be it between Mongolia or Inner Mongolia of China, or between the two Koreas, in fact. It was reaffirmed that cumulatively, today, the role of individual persons, of the youth in particular, of the civil society, and of the people themselves are key to attaining the lofty goals we have. As a tradition, that the participants of the Mongolia Forum, 4th year in a row, have jointly planted yesterday trees and witnessed how their previous trees are growing. The issue of tree planting and forest restoration is acquiring great importance since in 2026, next year, Mongolia would be hosting COP17 of UNCCD. Its success can contribute immensely to promoting SDGs goals, since it has 197 states party to that convention. Though the UN membership is not only, but it's 193, but 4 more countries that also are parties to that. Mindful of its importance, I would say that United Nations General Assembly has declared and observes annually June 17th as World Day to Combat Desertification and Drought, and July 12th as the International Day of Combating Sand and Dust Storms, which is very important. Now I would like to invite my former boss, Mr. Amar Jargal, who served as Foreign Minister, as Prime Minister, and a number of years as a Member of Parliament. You have the floor, sir.
Well, my welcome to all of participants of Mongolia's forum, and let me make some remarks. First of all, I really want to mention President Ochirbat. I do think that, and I think that he was my mentor, and he was mentoring Mongolia's young democratic leaders, and because of him, I think we have reached in Mongolia what we really do have now. Well, it's my pleasure to return to this important forum for the second time. I have observed with great appreciation that agenda has become noticeable, more practical, and solution-oriented compared to previous iterations. The focus on actionable outcomes and the elevated quality of discourse reflects the forum's growing relevance and the impact on addressing pressing regional and global issues. I was informed the informal gathering and conversation that took place in the margins of this event often lay the true groundwork for lasting cooperation. These candid exchanges helps foster trust and mutual understanding, which are essential for building meaningful partnerships. For example, during last forum, a bilateral initiative on digital education for youth was born out of such informal discussion, demonstrating the power of these less structured yet highly effective interactions. As you all know, Mongolia, like many other regions, looks with the hope to the new administration in the Republic of Korea. We share the aspiration that it will renew efforts to promote reconciliation and peaceful engagement on the Korean peninsula. Such steps would resonate with the wider international community, which continues to hope for peaceful resolution to long-standing tensions. As a small but active participant in the regional diplomacy, as Ambassador mentioned, Mongolia stands ready to support any process that contributes to greater dialogue and stability in Northeast Asia. We also gather at a time when the global community is confronting an area of interlinked challenges, from climate change and biodiversity loss to the degradation of natural resources. Mongolia is particularly vulnerable to these changes, especially desertification. Therefore, I welcome the forum's recent emphasis on environmental resilience. The national initiative to combat desertification, designed in preparation for Mongolia's hosting of the 70th Conference of the Parties, COP70, of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in August next year, is both timely and commendable. The development of a comprehensive 3-year strategy demonstrates the foresight and responsibility of Mongolia's government. Moreover, the inclusion of youth in the planning and implementation stages, such as through programs like the Green Ambassadors Initiative involving university students in affected provinces, is a forward-looking step that will help ensure long-term sustainability. And finally, I would like to express my admiration to our Korean friends who, following Korean Dream, for small nations like Mongolia, such visionary concept can serve as a powerful inspiration to become proactive contributor in shaping a more just, peaceful, and united future. In a world where global power dynamics are shifting, it's essential that smaller states assert their voice in defining on our shared destiny. Mongolia has already taken small but symbolic steps, such as hosting multilateral dialogues in Northeast Asian peace, and we look forward to continue our contribution to this common dream. Let's continue to build bridges between generations, between nations and ideas, to ensure a more resilient and harmonious future for all us. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Amar Jargal. Next on the list is Mr. Jab van Heerden, who is resident coordinator of the United Nations in Mongolia. He is away, but he asked us to submit his video. Please, can we have the video, please?
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to welcome you all to Mongolia Forum on Northeast Asia peaceful development and Korean unification. On behalf of the United Nations in Mongolia, I extend our deepest appreciation to the organizers for convening this timely and vital gathering. Let me begin by paying tribute to the late President Punshermagen Otchabat, Mongolia's first democratically elected president. His legacy of democratic reform and international engagement continues to inspire Mongolia's role as a bridge builder in the region. The United Nations stands firmly on the pillars of peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. These principles are not abstract ideals, they are the foundation for a future where all people can live in dignity, in prosperity, and in harmony. This forum embodies that vision. Mongolia, with its unique geopolitical location, landlocked yet open, neutral yet engaged, offers a rare and invaluable space for dialogue and cooperation. It is a country that has maintained friendly relations with all its neighbors and beyond, and has shown that peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of trust, cooperation, and shared purpose. In a region marked by historical tensions and strategic rivalries, Mongolia's commitment to neutrality and dialogue is a beacon of hope. The Ulaanbaatar Dialogue and the Mongolia Forum are powerful platforms for civil society, policymakers, and youth to come together in a pursuit of a peaceful, unified, and prosperous Northeast Asia. This year's forum also highlights the critical importance of environmental conservation. The President of Mongolia's visionary initiative to plant and nurture 1 billion trees is not only a national effort, it is a global contribution to halting desertification, especially in the Gobi region. With China as a neighbor, Mongolia's cross-border cooperation in this area should serve as a model of how environmental action can foster peace, resilience, and economic opportunity. Tree planting is not just a government policy, it is a movement embraced by communities, businesses, and young people across the country. As Mongolia prepares to host COP17 in 2026, the United Nations is proud to support this effort and to work with Mongolia to ensure tangible, lasting outcomes. Let us use this forum to deepen our dialogue, to strengthen our partnerships, and to plant the seeds, both literal and metaphorical, of peace, unity, and sustainability. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful and inspiring forum.
We have another video message from Mr. Siddhartha Chatterjee, who is resident coordinator of the United Nations in China. He is very much committed to cross-border cooperation, especially in areas of desertification. And so we would like to hear his bit. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Beijing. It is a great honor to address the Mongolia Forum 2025 through this video message. Let me begin by extending my warmest congratulations to all of you for convening this important gathering, one that reflects our shared commitment to promoting peace and collaboration in Northeast Asia. This forum provides a timely opportunity to engage with key stakeholders from across the region and beyond. Northeast Asia faces complex and deeply interconnected challenges, from rising geopolitical tensions to accelerating environmental crisis. In this context, dialogue and collective action are more urgent than ever. Cross-border cooperation is a vital part of that solution. In my role as the United Nations resident coordinator in China and previously in Kenya, I have had the opportunity to work with diverse partners on cross-border initiatives related to both development and peace. I have seen firsthand how sustained engagement and innovative partnerships can generate real impact. These experiences also offer valuable insights for the discussions you're having today. Ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead, Mongolia's hosting of COP17 on combating desertification next year is a major milestone. It presents a powerful opportunity for nations to come together and advance environmental cooperation. We must accelerate the important work already underway, particularly in areas like afforestation, where countries such as Mongolia, the Republic of Korea, and China are showing great leadership. In the spirit of cooperation, I also commend the framework agreement signed between the China International Development Cooperation Agency, the National Forestry and Grassland Administration, and the government of Mongolia to jointly support Mongolia's Plant a Billion Trees campaign, a powerful example of how cross-border action can address shared environmental challenges. In China's Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, for example, the United Nations has been proud to support the reforestation and land restoration efforts. The work of the Elian Foundation in the Kubuchi Desert is a remarkable case in point. Once degraded and barren, this landscape is now a symbol of what is possible with thriving ecosystems, green energy infrastructure, and local livelihoods all being restored. As the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has noted, and I quote, "Humanity is degrading land at an alarming rate, costing the global economy nearly $880 billion every year. Repairing the damage we have done to our land offers huge benefits, including a great return on investment. It can reduce poverty, create jobs, safeguard water supplies, and improve land rights and incomes." End of quote. This work, however, cannot be done by governments alone. The engagement of civil society is essential. Organizations such as the Global Peace Foundation, the Blue Banner, and Mongolia's own tree planting movement, now with over 2 million trees planted by young people, demonstrate the power of grassroots action. When linked with broader cross-border efforts, these initiatives help build not just a greener future, but a more peaceful one. As this forum works towards a joint statement on the peaceful development of Northeast Asia, I look forward to the ideas and recommendations that will emerge. Your efforts are helping to shape a shared vision of regional peace and sustainability. The United Nations remains fully committed to working alongside member states, the private sector, and civil society to turn that vision into reality. Let us unite our voices, our actions to build a future where harmony amongst nations and harmony with nature go hand in hand. Thank you very much. Xie xie.
Next on our agenda, the list of speakers is Mr. Intexeo, who is a very good friend of ours, as well as a supporter and worked with us in the past 7 years together closely. Thank you very much. So he is quite well known for the action in the United States. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning. Same panel. Distinguished guests and international participants of the Mongolia Forum for Peace in Northeast Asia and Korean unification. Thank you for being here today and joining us. As I stand here, I think of making a salad. A good salad needs many different vegetables, fruits, and nuts to come together. This Mongolia International Forum, now its 8th years, also bring together many different people and ideas. Sometimes these ideas are very different. This made me wonder, can you truly bring all of this together? Yeah, sometimes we're pulling our hair, right? But as time went on, I learned something important. This forum is just like a salad. Different voices keep their unique character, but they work together for one big goal: peace and unification. Our Mongolia Forum has always followed this path. I believe we can all be very proud of this. Today, it is a great honor for me to speak to you as the standing chairman of the Action for Korea United. The situation around the Korean Peninsula is very complex and difficult. So I truly thank all of you for coming here to share your wisdom and passion for peace and unification. Northeast Asia peace and development and Korea unification are important missions that we must achieve. Today, I want to talk about the true meaning and value of the Korean dream. This vision was first shared by Dr. Hyunjin Preston Moon, who founded Action for Korea United. Past talks about unification mostly focused on how to unify, like the steps or method. But the Korean dream is very different. It starts with a big vision. What kind of a nation will we create after unification? We don't just want to end the division. We want to draw a big picture about how unified Korea can bring hope and help all of humanity. So the Korean dream does not want one side to take over the other. It's not about South Korea observing North Korea or North Korea communizing South Korea. Our founding spirit is 홍익인간, which means to broadly benefit humanity. This spirit believes that basic human rights are given by our Creator. It also teaches us to build a society where all people, because they have these rights, actively help and benefit each other. The vision of a Korean dream wants to build a new, united nation based on this 홍익인간 spirit. This means respecting every person, letting everyone in both North and South prosper together, and finally letting a united Korea help all of humanity. This vision of the Korean dream is now getting wide support across South Korean society, going beyond political differences. Many citizens, moving past all the liberal or conservative ideas, strongly agree with this new way of thinking about unification. The Korean dream offers a way to fix the deep conflict in South Korean society, which came from the Cold War. It helps us to find the true harmony. It also gives a message of hope to the North Korean people who are in despair. We have seen how North Korean defectors, after learning about the Korean dream, found a new hope and reacted with the great excitement. This dream truly gives the North Korean people chance for prosperity and development, not just for survival. A united Korea will be a true community where harsh rule and poverty disappear and everyone can enjoy freedom and happiness. Finally, the Korean dream is a vision for all people. It predicts that a united Korea will start an era of peace and wealth in Northeast Asia and benefit the whole world. It is a vision to move past conflict, starting a new time of harmony where everyone is happy. To the policy experts, I want to make it clear. The true drivers of unification are not just the government or political power. Unification will never be fully achieved only through talks and dialogues between governments. Of course, government talks and diplomatic efforts are important, but these alone cannot fulfill our nation's strong wish for unification. Unification is a huge process that needs basic changes in our lives. The energy for this change can only come from the hearts of each of our citizens. It means that all people in our nation, both North and South, must agree and join in. Therefore, citizen-led unification movement in South Korea are most important. They are the base for real change. AKU has worked for many years to help citizens learn about unification. We have shared our vision through education, culture, and public events. We have always told the citizens that unification is not just a political topic, but a message of hope deeply connected to our society and individual lives. We believe that unification is a new chance for growth, bringing economic growth, rich culture, and national harmony, a true Korean dream. Finally, this citizen movement must deliver the Korean dream's vision to the North Korean people. Our most important goal is to help them escape despair, find true hope, and dream of a free and prosperous future. The government must actively support this citizens movement. The government needs to take it easier for people's strong effort and passion to become the greatest power for unification. As we near the 80th anniversary of liberation, we want to gather our hopes for the Korean dream. The Korean Dream 10 Million campaign, led by AKU, is a big step. This campaign started in 2022 and has held large meeting every year, bringing together tens of thousands of people. It has also done hundreds of talks and many different campaigns to share the message of unification. As part of this campaign, the Korean Dream Hangang Festival, held during the Liberation Day period, is more than just an event. The Korean Dream Hangang Festival on the Han River, a symbol of division in our nation's life, will be a place of harmony. Here, people from north and south, and from all over the world can pray for peace and unification and move toward the future. The Han River has flowed through our nation's long history. From this river, we will share a message of peace, show the vision of unification, and give hope to future generations. We will say that we will create the miracle of Korean unification, even bigger than the miracle on the Han River. Through this festival, we will tell the world that the Korean dream is not just a dream, but something we can truly achieve with our effort. Our effort alone cannot fully make this happen. In 1945, World War II ended, and many countries became free from colonial rule. But for Korea, the joy of freedom quickly turned into the start of the Cold War, leading to our sad division and the terrible war. Korea is a unique and clear example of a nation that could not fully overcome the effects of both the colonial era and the Cold War. So unifying Korea is not just our job. It is a key moment to overcome these sad parts of 20th century history and to start a new era of peace for the whole world. Peace and unification of Korean unification, peace and unification of Korean Peninsula, a very important issue that directly connects to the global peace, going beyond the Northeast Asia. So international cooperation is a must. We must build trust with the nearby countries and work together through many discussions to create a shared vision. International cooperation on issues like North Korea's nuclear weapons, giving humanitarian aid, and increasing understanding through cultural exchange will be very important peace and unification on Korean Peninsula. This forum today is a valuable chance to confirm how important international cooperation is. Here, we must share different ideas, find the practical ways for peace on the Korean Peninsula, and make our international cooperation stronger for the Korean dream. AKU will continue to actively communicate and work hard to get support and help from the global community. I'm thankful that the signature campaign for Korea unification are actively happening in many countries, led by the Global Peace Foundation. This truly shows the worldwide desire for peace on the Korean Peninsula. To everyone here today, I humbly ask you to join our One Korea signature campaign. Will you do that? You can sign up by visiting the Global Peace Foundation website. Your signature is not just a name. It is a strong statement of support for the Korean people and a step toward making a united, peaceful Korea. My dear friends, as we mark the 80th anniversary of liberation, let us all think again about the great value of the Korean dream. And let us, as participants of this forum and people who believe in peace, give our strong energy to this citizen-led movement for unification. Our journey to plant the seed of peace and the seed of flower of the unification of the Korean Peninsula is not yet finished. But we have a strong vision in the Korean dream and a firm will to make it happen. And the dedicated effort of AKU are with you. I ask for your active interest and strong support. I sincerely hope that wisdom and effort of everyone gathered here today will be a great base for making peace and unification on the Korean Peninsula happen faster. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Intexel, for your statement. Next on the list is Mr. David Caprara, who's strategic advisor and of the national, yeah. And I would say that he's one of the most strong supporters of Mongolia Forum, as well as a visionary. You will hear from him. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, and welcome again, colleagues. Special thanks to our dear host, Ambassador Aung of Blue Banner. Let's give him another round of applause. Hosting this 7th Mongolia Forum, together with Global Peace Foundation, Action for Korea United, and a very special group here with Dr. Lakpa, the Mongolia Forum on Korean Unification. We're pleased to step up actions, as President Orchibald and our dear Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, said today, a more outcome-oriented with practical steps through this forum to achieve multilateral cooperation and outcomes, as well as environment and other areas, fostering a post-Cold War dynamic and catalyst for peace across the region. In the Korean Dream book, our GPF chairman, Dr. Moon, attested to the central importance of Mongolia as a neutral peacemaker in Northeast Asia, as well as the vision of Genghis Khan. If everyone shares the dream, it can become a reality, as he envisioned. New insights, along with these practical steps, have come from these forums that I submit are fostering potential breakthroughs in North and South Korea relations, as well as common cause with US, China, Russia, Japan, and Mongolia. For example, Dr. Markandeep Rai is here, our good friend from India, met yesterday with the Indian ambassador, sharing the Indo-Pacific Peace Forum's important contribution to Mongolia and the larger region. We're also giving full support, along with our friend Sid Chatterjee at UN Beijing, to President Kuril-suk's Billion Tree campaign and the hosting of COP17 on combating desertification. We'll take up today at the 12 o'clock session, together with Mongolian Ambassador at Large for preparation for COP17. And yesterday, everyone in the room that's here with the international delegation had the great delight with some of the young leaders here of planting trees together at IC Park. And together today, we'll launch an MOU with the My Club tree planting movement and launch the Global Peace Leadership Corps across the region for the greening of the desert and the promoting of solid conservation measures from Mongolia to Inner Mongolia and from South Korea to North Korea, and indeed throughout the world. GPF is also mobilizing our global foundations in this endeavor we'll talk about at the session, including models and alliances from Korea, the US, and major forestation initiatives underway across Africa and Latin America, including rainforest preservation. In conclusion, this Mongolia Forum is providing, I believe, a very strong catalyst to support dialogue between the two Koreas and neighbors to achieve the Korean dream of a free and unified new nation, a stronger region, along with environmental conservation and economic prosperity across Northeast Asia. And thank each of you for your contributions today and in coming days and forums.
Thank you, David, for your inspiring statement. Thank you very much. Now I have the honor to invite Ambassador Robert Joseph, who is senior scholar National Institute for Public Policy, and very important is his former Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Ambassador. Good morning to everyone. I am the 6th speaker, and I asked myself, after listening to the previous 5 very distinguished speakers, very articulate speakers who have provided a very important set of messages to all of you, what more can I add? And I think I can add, perhaps, something of value by providing you with my personal perspectives. And let me start by saying I came, along with my much better half, Susan, to Mongolia for the first time with 3 goals. The first one was simply to have some fun. We've come a long way. I think at my age, having fun is permissible. In fact, Susan told me it was mandatory. And we have checked that box. We've had a marvelous time. Everything from riding horses to partaking in many different cultural aspects of the time we have spent, both here in the city as well as in the country. The second objective was to learn about the land, the people, the culture of Mongolia. Again, this is our first visit. We know Mongolia is the land of Genghis Khan, as we say, but we know it from history books. We know it from books that have focused on the 13th and 14th century. Well, it's the 21st century, so there's a little bit of a gap, a 700-year gap in our knowledge. And we have had the opportunity to fill that gap, to learn about the history, to learn about the culture, to learn about the people, most importantly, of this land. And as we look at modern Mongolia, I will provide, again, some personal perspectives. And I was very impressed with the transition that has been made from Soviet domination, from Soviet days, to a stable democracy. A stable democracy that, if I can use an American cliche, if you will, that punches well above its weight. It's a country, it's a neutral country, but it's a country that truly wants to make a contribution for the better of Mongolia, for the better of the region, and for the better of the international system as a whole. The development that we have seen here, particularly here in the city, is very impressive. You look around, you see the cranes. There are a few things that I think need to be worked on, perhaps the traffic, but who am I to speak about traffic coming from Washington, D.C.? I think the most important thing that we have experienced here is the interaction with the Mongolian youth. Everyone that I spoke to wanted to, looking to the future, wanted to achieve the best education that they could possibly get, whether here in Mongolia or at the finest universities around the world. Again, very inspiring, very dear to me, at least at my stage of life, to see these young people, to see their aspirations. And I can only hope that the current leaders, the current generation, can provide the opportunities for these young people to come back to Mongolia and to contribute to the further development of this country. The third objective that I had coming over was to hopefully play and make a modest contribution to the mission, to the goals of the Mongolia Forum. The Forum is playing, as others have said, a very important role in advancing the cause of what we call the Korea Dream, of achieving a peaceful, a unified, non-nuclear Korea that respects the basic fundamental rights of all of its citizens. And that, to me, coming from the non-proliferation world, is the absolute key to resolving the nuclear problem. Because it's only when we achieve that status that we will have an end to the nuclear threat, not just against the United States and its allies, but a threat, I think, that spans the international community. Also, I'm impressed with the forum and its commitment to improving the environment. Again, not just for Mongolia, but for the region and for the world. And third, I would say, and perhaps once again, most important to me, is the role that the forum plays in preparing for the next generation of leaders, whether that's in civil society, in business and industry, or in government. So please allow me to express my deepest appreciation to all of the supporters, all of the sponsors, and all of the participants in this Mongolia Forum. In particular, I want to thank the team from Blue Banner, who's just achieved their 20th anniversary and continues to make a very important contribution. Ambassador Engsahin has been our primary host here. The ambassador has been gracious. He's been generous with his time. He has provided us with, I think, a unique set of perspectives on Mongolia, both past, present, and future. And we thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I have a sense that I feel a friendship with your country now, and with you, and for that we are most grateful. Also, I'd like to thank the Global Peace Foundation, of course, the great work that Pik Ching and her team have done, and most important, David, and recognizing David, who has become not just a guide, not just a mentor, but I think a very good friend in the process. So thank you all, and my very best for this Mongolia Forum and the Mongolia Forums in the future. You do very important work, and I applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Zhong Jiang, who is director of Yonsei Chahar Center, with which Blue Banner has good relations, direct relations, who is senior fellow and deputy secretary general of the Chahar Institute itself. Thank you.
Han, dear Prime Minister Amar Jakar, dear Mr. Cabrera, good morning, everyone. I'm truly honored to be part of this year's Mongolian Forum. This is my very first trip to Mongolia, and it's been amazing. Catching up with a lot of old friends and meeting so many new ones. There is no better feeling than gathering here in a beautiful season and vast steppes, and right here, beautiful Ulaanbaatar. Along with the excitement, we are all a bit anxious with the intensifying rivalry between China and the US. The tough talks regarding tariffs and reshaping global supply chains, the ongoing war in Ukraine, the deadly expansion of the conflicts in the Middle East. This is exactly why this Mongolia Forum matters so much. Over the years, Northeast Asia has had its fair share of disagreements. But thanks to everyone's hard work, we have kept region pretty stable. That stability is being key to making Northeast Asia one of the fastest growing, most dynamic regions in the world. And let's face it, keeping this whole area peaceful, especially the super sensitive Korean Peninsula, is always at the top of our to-do list. The Mongolia Forum needs to keep speaking up loud and clear, and keep pushing even harder to protect peace here and including on the Korean Peninsula. This forum happens every year, and I want to give a huge shout out to everyone who evolved, from the founders to the organizers and participants. Your dedication and forum's impact are truly impressive. I also want to thank Blue Banner, Global Peace Foundation, One Korea Foundation, Action for Korea United, and Mongolian Forum for Korean Unification for making this event possible. And a big thank to the hosts for rolling out the red carpet for us. Here's hoping this forum is a total success and that Mongolia Forum just keeps growing stronger. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. The next speaker is Mr. Matt Ferenczer, who is Deputy Chief of Mission of the United States Embassy here in Mongolia. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to join you at this year's Mongolia Forum. Thank you to Ambassador Aung San Khan, members of Parliament, ambassadors, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all the participants of this very important and interesting event. It's very fitting that Mongolia is hosting this event, as Mongolia has played a very constructive role in promoting and seeking peace and stability in the Korean Peninsula. The United States commends Mongolia for its continued leadership in this area and its efforts over the years to facilitate exchanges such as the recently concluded Ulaanbaatar dialogue. For more than 75 years, the United States has maintained a strong and consistent defense presence in the Indo-Pacific to support regional peace and stability. And we remain committed to addressing the challenge posed by the DPRK. Between Russia's veto of the committee panel of experts to the signing of a new partnership with agreement, the Kim regime has solidified its political support from Russia that shields the DPRK from further scrutiny, allowing the Kim regime to continue developing weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missiles that threaten us all. At the United Nations, we often remind China and Russia excuse me, that it wasn't until after Beijing and Moscow agreed to stricter sanctions in 2017 that Kim Jong-un came to the negotiating table. Unfortunately, some ignore this history and continue to assert that Washington is the root cause of tension in the region. But in fact, the United States remains committed to the complete denuclearization of the DPRK. Our security commitments to our allies are ironclad and unwavering, and will continue to take steps to bolster our extended deterrence. But despite the regime's bellicose rhetoric, President Trump has demonstrated an openness to dialogue with the DPRK. Our alliances and strategic partnerships in Northeast Asia make us stronger, safer, and more prosperous. These alliances and partnerships, including with Mongolia, serve to deter aggression while also maintaining peace, stability, and prosperity across the region and beyond. So thank you very much for today's event, and I wish you all great luck with the remainder of the sessions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferenc, for your statement. This concludes our morning session. I would like to say that I knew that we had agreed 3 to 5 minute statements, but I thought that some of the delegations came all the way to Mongolia, that we had chance, I think, to discuss concrete issues during the retreat, so I thought that we should allow them also to speak their views in the plenary session. But next time, I guess we will have that in mind as well, so that when we organize a meeting of the plenaries, we will allow more time for them to speak out. Because at the retreat, we really had, this 3 to 5 minutes of meetings, of statements, so that was very useful. But I think this plenary is a plenary, and we would like to respect and hear all the views that those who have come to Mongolia or participating want to share with us. With this, I think we'll finish our first meeting. Now the next is we have group photo, a very brief coffee break, and then we'll continue with this. So thank you very much.
So ladies and gentlemen, the group photo session will take outside close to the registration area. We have set up a stage for the group photo, and then the coffee break will take place for 15 minutes. So session number 2 will start at 10:30. So let us please proceed to the stage, and we will commence with the photo session. picnic.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So let's continue. So now will be the roundtable discussion part. And yeah, it will be, we need to catch a little bit time. And so initially have a break between this one and next one. So we will actually just skip the break in between. And for this session, we have many people actually prepared a talk. So I will call those who prepared in advance. But however, also encourages others to speak spontaneously or ask questions and make comments. Okay, so yeah, let's just move forward. And then I would like to first welcome Dr. Chang to give you a talk from the Korean perspective, because this effort is a Free and Unified Korea initiative, is a Korean-led initiative, but with international support. So, yeah.
Thank you. The grand transformation, our perception on Korean unification is imperative, very essential for achieving unified Korea. I think as far as to Korea and international community, particularly the United States and China, will work together. Absolutely, pre-unified Korea will come into reality. From the international relation perspectives, we can build a regime through norms, principle, institution, by dialogue between the political leader and the people. And the North and South Korea talk to each other. And the international community with to Korea, then absolutely we can achieve a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. But the reality, current situation, very gloomy. We need to take a close look at the current strategic situation. United States pursue their hegemony strategies to contain China superpower. In the meantime, China also pursue global hegemony to demolish United States. This situation highly likely on the Third World War break out in the near future. As far as we cannot manage this global situation, we never expect peace, stability, this world. From a Korean perspective, this international regime led by United States, China, should be harmonized. Middle powers. I think, in this sense, Korea take more proactive counter policy toward this global hegemony power. How? The United States perspective. North Korea military adventurism is not acceptable. If North Korea continue to pursue aggressiveness, then North Korea might be highly likely target US destroyed. In this sense, North Korea should abandon military adventurism. North Korea should be normalized with the United States. And in the meantime, South Korea take the lead, reshaping Northeast Asia security regime. then might be Northeast Asia security environment much more comfortable, much more coexistence, much more peaceful stability. Then we conduct a proactive unification diplomacy toward China and the United States. And then, please take a look at our peace and unification effort built into Korea. But you know, to Korea, during the Park Chung-hee years, the joint force statement by Kim Il-sung and Park Chung-hee. And in 1991, basic statement, reconciliation, non-aggression, cooperation, exchange between Do Tae-woo and Kim Il-sung. And Kim Dae-jung and Kim Jong-il, another agreement. But it did not work at all. Why? Okay, we should seriously consider we needed to different approach to build a unified Korea. I think 4 strategies we needed to pursue. First strategy is we needed to develop some strategic Korean unification consultative task force provides how to build a unified Korea. And second, the confidence building measure among 4 nations through strategic talks and academic education and social cultural exchanges and the security and military cooperation. That might great help to contribute to building a unified Korea. Then finally, we have to peace treaty among Korea and the United States, South Korea. Then eventually we can build a unified Korea. As far as our national will, unified Korea, and North and South Korea continue to work to unified Korea, and international support, then I think unification of Korea absolutely coming to reality with our generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang. And our next speaker is Dr. Chung-Koo Lee, research fellow at the Korean Institute for Defense Analysis. There's a microphone here. Can you pass?
Thank you for inviting me to this important forum to discuss about the possibility of the Korean reunification. And I am Lee Jung-gu from the Korean Institute for Defense Analysis, and I would present how we should deal with the hostile two-state policy presented by North Korea at the end of 2023. And I would make an emphasis on the South Korean perspective that we should achieve the goal of Korean unification eventually, even though it might take some time. Actually, as Kim Jong-un officially declared a hostile two-state policy at the end of 2023, some experts doubted whether the Korean unification remains a feasible option for the future of the Korean Peninsula, because North Korea already developed nuclear capabilities to prevent the reunification of the Korean Peninsula from becoming a reality. However, the Korean reunification was a reunification by peaceful means from the starting point. At the end of the Cold War, the South Korean government at that time, the former President Oh Tae-woo, declared South Korea's vision for peaceful reunification. The name of which was the Korean Nation Community Unification Formula. The vision outlines a step-by-step process beginning with dialogue and people-to-people exchanges. So it excluded any use of military means to achieve the goal of peaceful reunification. So in this regard, South Korea's reunification toolkit has centered on the dialogue and cooperation, just as France and Germany achieved European integration by those means. So South Korea's vision should be not viewed as one of a revisionist country. Its vision for reunification is not about dominance, but about promoting regional integration and cooperation in Northeast Asia. I would present why North Korea chose the hostile two-state policy. Most of all, North Korea was emboldened by the Russian diplomatic and military support. So Kim Jong-un decided to pursue his purpose of preventing peaceful reunification from coming true. And I think that North Korea's disengagement from Seoul already began during the U.S. North Korea denuclearization talks in the late 2010s. At that time, Pyongyang found out that South Korea couldn't help North Korea because it should abide by international sanction regimes and global non-proliferation regime. Moreover, from a domestic governance perspective, North Korea saw no incentive again to improve ties with South Korea because South Korean films and music posed a threat to its internal stability and legitimacy. In response, with the Russian support, the North Korean authority declared the hostile two-state policy. As a part of the hostile two-state policy, what Pyongyang did was to dismantle its party and state institutions that had previously handled diplomacy and dialogue with South Korea. As a result, the inter-Korean relations became militarized. Any topic that should be discussed with South Korea through peaceful means became a topic of retaliating and bashing the South Korea's viewpoint. For example, in retaliation for South Korean civilian balloon launches, Pyongyang has conducted over 30 trash balloon operations to condemn and impose political cost on the South Korean government. At the same time, North Korea has continued to develop various tactical nuclear weapons. So this situation is creating wide concern among international audiences about the future of the Korean Peninsula. So some of these experts now question whether the pursuit of reunification remains viable in the face of a looming nuclear threat, arguing instead for the stability of the stable status quo. However, South Korea should pursue the goal of Korean reunification, which our ancestors and our founding fathers gave us as a homework for the remaining task of national independence. South Korea's reunification policy has been shaped by a shift in domestic political leadership. So domestic factors had decided the direction of South Korea's reunification policy. As we know, during this presidential election, the Democratic Party secured victory, signaling a renewed interest in dialogue-centered North Korea policy. So it is likely that the new South Korean administration hopes to adopt a more conciliatory approach, aiming to improve inter-Korean relations. In the international realm, the Trump 2.0 administration is likely to support South Korea's intent to re-engage with Pyongyang, and may even welcome the idea of trilateral negotiations among South Korea and North Korea and the United States to resolve the remaining nuclear issues and to promote the peace and the stability of the Korean Peninsula. Japan and China appears to inclined to support a return to inter-Korean dialogue based on their respective strategic calculations. If domestic political shift aligns with international support like this, South Korea will be able to pursue a more dovish and engagement-based policy towards North Korea. Even if Kim Jong-un rejects these overtures, other key countries such as the United States and China, Japan may help South Korea restart its efforts for the peace and stability. Even if Russia is now currently negative about its support for the South Korean initiative, if the Russo-Ukraine war moves closer to its end, then Russia will also join. Then, in this view, once Russia restores its balanced approach to the Korean Peninsula following the end of the Russo-Ukraine war, South Korea's initiative for renewed dialogue could gain international momentum again. However, we still have some challenges that should be dealt with to persuade North Korea to return to the negotiation and dialogue table with South Korea. As I told you, North Korea had two reasons to refuse its dialogue with North Korea. The first reason was regarding the inter-Korean dimension. North Korea has no incentives to engage in dialogue with South Korea as long as international sanctions remain in place. On the other hand, North Korea considered South Korea's cultural content as a political threat. Therefore, the potential benefits of dialogue, such as reduced tension and tangible gains like medical and humanitarian assistance and environmental cooperation, should be emphasized as incentives for South Korea to return to talks. In addition, to alleviate North Korea's concern over South Korea's cultural influence, both Koreas may find common ground in their shared cultural heritage, potentially with the support of neighboring countries such as Mongolia. Collaborative cultural efforts to preserve and create Korean tradition and its related contents could serve as a culturally sensitive means for North Korea to gradually engage with South Korea. Lastly, I would emphasize the reason why South Korea should pursue the goal of Korean unification. As President In-taek-seo stated during his speech, the very reason why North Korea seeks reunification dated back to 1949. At that time, our founding fathers such as Lee Seung-man and Kim Gu achieved the 50% of national independence, even with actually they had nothing at that time, but they achieved the half of national independence in South Korea. So the other half, the reunification of the Korean Peninsula, has remained unfulfilled for the past 80 years. Now South Korea is stronger than the South Korea in 1949 by more than 10,000 times. So I think that the Korean reunification is an achievable goal. So given South Korea's development and progress, it is difficult to imagine that reunification is an unachievable goal. So its realization only depends on our wisdom, foresight, and perseverance. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your comprehensive talk. And actually, our next speaker is actually initially from North Korea. He's now a very active activist for Korean unification. I saw him in Korea, in Washington, D.C. a couple years ago. He joined the North Korean Young Leaders Assembly. And so let's welcome Mr. Kyung-Yu Cho.
First, I would like to thank to Mongolia Forum. I am honored to be able to share my thoughts on what peace on the Korean Peninsula means for the Northeast Asian economy. Establishing a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula goes beyond the simple political agreement between the South and the North, or easing military tensions. It is the key a structural transformation for the economic security of the entire Northeast Asia. Furthermore, we must consider together how this peace regime can enable a new imagination that goes beyond geopolitical violence and systemic competitive thinking. The recent conflict in Middle East make us think again about how important it is to ease military tensions on the Korean Peninsula. If a conflict breaks out on the Korean Peninsula, it will lead to a world war, which will also be a crisis for neighboring countries. Therefore, easing military tensions and establishing a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula is not only a matter of economic security, but also a matter of survival. The division system has spread geopolitical tensions into economic crisis. The Korean Peninsula has lived through military confrontation and system competition and ideological division for the past 70 years. This is not just a problem confined to the border between the North and the South, but has scattered shells of tension and instability throughout Northeast Asia. Under the division system, North Korea's nuclear tests and military training have created the possibility of short-term conflict and a structure of long-term distrust. This has led to supply chain instability and disruption of intra-regional logistics corridors and inefficiencies in energy flows. Despite it being the region with the highest level of technology and production capacity in Asia, Northeast Asia has been operating as a closed island of isolation due to a lack of mutual trust. Mutual trust is not just a matter of trust, but is directly linked to economic security. Northeast Asia currently, and North Korea is currently an isolated island, but it is undergoing tremendous changes internally. North Koreans no longer depend on the national economy, but rather on the market economy. It's important for the North Korean regime to feel that its external security instability has been somewhat resolved. This does not mean simply extending the North Korean regime, but rather creating opportunities for the economic freedom of North Koreans. Furthermore, it means narrowing the gap between South and the North Koreans and diversifying new exit strategies due to the easing of tensions on the Korean Peninsula. This can also be a new opportunity for countries in the region such as China, Russia, and Mongolia, and the others. In this regard, I would like to emphasize that easing tensions on the Korean Peninsula and institutionalizing a peace regime are the foundation for economic stability and mutual benefit. The peace regime is the starting point of increasing benefits, not reducing costs. Many people understand peace as cost reduction or crisis avoidance. This is also clearly a necessary condition. But I believe that peace should be seen as a transition to productive structures, as the creation of conditions in which people and the capital can move safely. In this way, the peace regime is not simply the elimination of conflict, but the creation of a cooperative structure, which from the perspective of economic security more closely resembles an act of redesigning the distribution structure of profits. The peace regime is an opportunity to move from a competitive imagination to a human geographic of cooperation. The Korean Peninsula has long been considered the front line of the Cold War system. The Cold War mentality still maintains the framework of othering North Korea and symbolizing South Korea as an outpost of the free world. However, I would like to ask, can a divided system advance economic security in Northeast Asia? The institutionalization of a peace regime does not simply mean the absence of war. It's the starting point of the humanization of security and the militarization of geopolitics that recognize others as partners rather than enemies. Here, economic security no longer means securing interests centered on one's own country, but rather the establishment of a structure that enables safe trade, investment, and the movement under conditions of trust. We live in an age of hyperconnectivity. However, the Korean Peninsula's current geographical boundaries are blocking technological and human connections. Why should Northeast Asia come together? Now is the time to choose. The amnesty system on the Korean Peninsula is essentially just a pause for the war. In this state, cooperation is merely a temporary state that can turn into a crisis at any time. The most effective way to prevent war is to build systems that do not require war. And that system must be legislated and institutionalized under the name of a peace regime. I would like to ask the delegations of China, Russia, Japan, Mongolia, India, Malaysia, and South Korea, and the United States. Establishing a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula will soon secure conditions for the stable development of each country in Northeast Asia, and will be the first step for the Northeast Asian community to create a paradigm of economic coexistence beyond geopolitical conflict. The crisis on the Korean Peninsula requires the North Korean regime to focus solely on military security. This prevents North Korean citizens from having any opportunity for economic development. If military tensions on the Korean Peninsula ease, North Koreans will likely benefit more economically than they do now. It can create opportunities to improve the quality of life for North Korean people. If North Koreans could gain economic benefits, fewer people would starve like I did. Easing military tensions on the Korean Peninsula is economic security and human security. We need help and cooperation from countries in Northeast Asia. We need to lead North Korea to be a normal state and bring them to international market. The way to turn a geopolitical crisis into a geopolitical asset is to create a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. And I believe that this will be the first step toward unification of Korean Peninsula. Thank you.
Mr. Choi. And then our next speaker is from the United States. And actually, he's one of the strongest voice in America for advocate for free and unified Korea. So Mr. David Maxwell, retired colonel, and also senior fellow at Global Peace Foundation.
So following three great presentations, which really outline the highest ideals, but I'm afraid you're going to see that I have a vastly different view than my three esteemed colleagues. So I say this first, unification first, then denuclearization. Now, President Trump did something during his first term that no president had done. He gave it a shot. He met Kim, and he offered him a future. But it was Kim Jong-un who failed to appreciate the opportunity that he had. And now in his second term, President Trump has the opportunity to implement new elements of policy and strategy that have never before been attempted. These include a human rights upfront approach and support for the Korean people's pursuit of a free and unified Korea. Now, there are a few pundits who see the opportunities that both South Korea, with the 815 unification doctrine, and Kim Jong-un, with his new hostile policy toward the South, are actually providing the United States and the ROC-US alliance. And it's time to recognize that the only path to denuclearization is through unification. And I remind you that most importantly, the prevention of war and nuclear use, as well as the long-term outcome on the Korean Peninsula, are important to the national security and national prosperity of the United States. But it is the Korean people that must solve the Korea question, which is the unnatural division of the peninsula as described in paragraph 60 of the 1953 armistice. The armistice is still important. But my entire philosophy toward the Korea question can be summarized in 12 words. Unification first, then denuclearization, and the path to unification is through human rights. Now, Kim can change, and I hope he changes the way that all of you propose, or Kim can be changed by the Korean people in the North. Now, the key point I want to make is that the single most important strategic assumption is that Kim Jong-un will never negotiate away his nuclear program. And the United States has failed to denuclearize North Korea for 4 decades. And so a new approach is needed. And that includes a new focus on human rights and the pursuit of a free and unified Korea. South Korea unveiled the 815 unification doctrine in 2024, emphasizing peace, freedom, human rights, and prosperity as the core values for unification. And this effort has obvious parallels with the Korean dream. And Kim Jong-un's recent policy changes, as Dr. Lee has outlined, including South Korea as the main enemy and abandoning peaceful unification, actually present an opportunity for a new strategy. Now, there are 4 paths to unification: war, regime collapse, peaceful unification, and the transformation of the regime inside North Korea. We must prevent war, and we have to prepare to mitigate the effects of a possible regime collapse. But the U.S., and along with South Korea, in support of South Korea, should support the transformation of the regime by the Korean people in the North as the optimal path to peaceful unification. So I propose the U.S. has a long-term 2+3 strategy, and this must rest on 2 traditional efforts. Number 1 is the foundation of military deterrence to prevent war as the vital U.S. and Korean national interest. And 2, the prevention of illicit funding activities, which requires the well-executed use of all instruments of national power to prevent weapons proliferation, cyber attacks, and global illicit activities to support the regime. But this radical new strategy must consist of 3 pillars: to support the Korean people in the North, to create the conditions for change inside North Korea, a human rights upfront approach which emphasizes the fundamental human right of self-determination of government per Article 21 in the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And 2, an information and influence campaign to inform and educate the Korean people in the North about their human rights and provide them with practical knowledge for how to take collective action and create the conditions for change. And number 3, support to the Korean people on both sides of the DMZ as they seek to solve the Korea question and establish a free and unified Korea, a new nation, a United Republic of Korea, or UROK, UROK. While these 3 components are not new ideas, what makes this transformative is that all 3 must be combined and prioritized for action in ways that have never before been tried. This is a radical departure from the long-held belief that we must be single-focused on the nuclear threat. And there is a through line from Genghis Khan through the 1776 Declaration of Independence to a free and unified Korea. As we've already heard, but I'll repeat, Genghis Khan said, if one person has a dream, it is but a dream. But if everyone shares in that dream, it becomes a reality. The American Declaration of Independence influenced the 1919 Korean Declaration of Independence, a brilliant document. And they influenced Mahatma Gandhi in India as he pursued Indian independence. And he, in turn, influenced Dr. Martin Luther King and his strategies. The virtuous circle of independence and unification will only be complete when all the Korean people have the right to self-determination of government and achieve a free and unified Korea. This is the Korea dream. Now, the only way we're going to see an end to the nuclear program, military threats, the crimes against humanity is through achievement of unification and the establishment of a free and unified Korea that is secure and stable, non-nuclear, economically vibrant, and unified under a liberal constitutional form of government based on individual liberty, rule of law, free market principles, and human rights as determined by the Korean people. A free and unified Korea, again, in short, a united Republic of Korea, UROK. Now lastly, the key consideration is that all policy development and strategy must have as the goal a free and unified Korea. With that goal, any path to reaching unification is possible. My immediate objective is that all countries, all NGOs, and all civil society members who are concerned with the Korean Peninsula accept that a free and unified Korea is the only acceptable, durable political arrangement that will bring peace, stability, and prosperity to Northeast Asia. So let me end with my 12 words. Unification first, then denuclearization. The path to unification is through human rights. And as a retired Special Forces officer, Green Beret, our motto is de oppresso liber, to help the oppressed free themselves. But my South Korean Special Forces brothers, the Black Berets, they've taught me two mottos that apply to our work here. The first is Tongil, unification. And the second is this hard problem that we face. But they say, make the impossible possible. Andemun dwege hara. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Unification first, and then denuclearization. And human rights up front, right? So that's actually a very clear message. Actually, I remember quite some years ago, we went to State Department, talked to the State Department official. They say, oh, we only focus on denuclearization, don't want to touch unification. So now it's it's a different time, I think. We should do it differently. And Ambassador Robert Joseph, probably he was on the side of denuclearization only. And then now maybe different. We want to welcome next speaker, Ambassador Robert Joseph. Somebody can pass the microphone.
Well, in fact, that has never been my position. My position has been clearly articulated by David. And in fact, I had the opportunity to lead a study effort to look at an alternative strategy, because we have had over 40 years of failure in our approach by focusing only on denuclearization. It has to be much broader than that. It has to be focused on the end of the Kim dynasty, unification, and through that, denuclearization. But I don't want to miss the opportunity to address the young people here. As I look out at you, I could very easily see Otto Warmbier sitting next to you. He was a student your age. He did something stupid. I'm sure none of you have done anything stupid at your age, but he did something stupid. He took a poster down. He was arrested. He was beaten night and day, until he was ready to die, and he was sent home. That's the message that you need to take away about the evilness of the North Korean regime. You can think all you want to about international relations theory. I used to teach it. My background is as a teacher. But when it comes to the harsh reality, North Korea is the only totalitarian state left. And it will meet the fate that the previous ones have met. There will be an end to it. But the one thing that we should avoid is feeding the beast. The one thing we should avoid is providing incentives, providing concessions that only extend the life of the regime. And this regime is much different than it was, I would say, even 4 years ago. This is a regime that has solidified its position with Russia. This is a regime that is providing military assistance in military forces themselves in Russia, in the brutal execution of the war of aggression against the people of Ukraine. That's who you're dealing with. Okay, it's not side A and side B. I'll never forget a meeting in the Blue House. It was in October of 2006. And what happened in October of 2006? It was the first nuclear test by North Korea. That was a really big deal, much bigger than the second test and the third test and the fourth test. We stopped first in Tokyo, a couple days after the explosion. And I attended, accompanied the trip that Secretary Rice took. We got out of the airplane and Prime Minister Abe was there. And Prime Minister Abe, in a very urgent way, said, you need, to the Secretary, you need to go out and speak publicly about the U.S. nuclear deterrent and how that deterrent remains strong. Because the first test was a real shock. It wasn't just about the non-proliferation community. It was about moving closer to war. And Prime Minister Abe was very determined on that point, and Secretary Rice did a terrific job. We then went to Seoul. President No. President No starts talking about, problems with the United States, problems with China, and I'm sitting there thinking, how dare you? How dare you talk about that when we have over 27,000 of our forces protecting South Korea? It wasn't side A and side B. We're not the same as North Korea. We are a democracy. They are a totalitarian state. We can talk about negotiation, we can talk about dialogue all day long, but know who you're dealing with. And in that context, I would say, and this will go to your question, I had the opportunity to conduct the secret negotiations with the Libyans on their nuclear program. And across from me were the same individuals who put the bomb on Pan Am 103. Not the tactical, not those who did it tactically, but those who approved it. And yet we did business with them. And we did go over, and we did take all of their nuclear program away. We sailed a big ship over, we put hundreds of tons of equipment on the ship, we took their long-range missiles, and we came back to the United States, and that was the end of the Libyan nuclear program. Now that's not going to happen with North Korea. The only approach is the one that I believe David Maxwell outlined, and that is, from the North Korean people, the end of the regime from the North Korean people. It's our obligation, and then I'll stop, it's our obligation to support the North Korean people to achieve the same basic human fundamental rights that all of us share. And if we don't, shame on us. If we simply say we need dialogue, we need discussion, this is not an argument against dialogue and discussion, but know what you need to do, what you need, and know who you're dealing with at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. And looks like it's very different from a regular diplomat. Such passionate, powerful.
I have never been known as
Yeah.
diplomatic.
Okay. So, and our next speaker actually actually went to North Korea before. Very few, probably not so many American scholars were being there. It's Mr. Doug Bondo, Senior Fellow at the Cato Institute.
Well, thank you. I've been asked to deal with a rather smaller issue in terms of how to bring this issue up in the era of Donald Trump. You know, because when it comes to Korea these days, at least in terms of U.S. policy, much does depend upon the current occupant of the Oval Office. And as we can see, he's been rather busy lately. And the question is how to get this administration involved in the issue and how one would want to get it involved in the administration. As far as I'm aware, the president has no formal position on unification. I don't know if he's ever thought of the issue.
2017, he and President Moon signed the joint vision that said they support a peace and unified Korea, peaceful and unified Korea. So Trump and Moon have signed up for that.
I'm not sure if he's thought much about it, though. And to me, that's the challenge in terms of moving it forward, is not whether his name is on a piece of paper, but how one energizes this man.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't let that pass.
I just, you know, it's good. It's good to know that the name, that he signed it. I mean, there's no reason why I could imagine Donald Trump would not be enthusiastic about the idea. You know, but I think one wants to try to harness that enthusiasm, and the question is, and harness it, of course, in the best way. So far, indeed, Korea has not been at the top of his agenda, and there's been a reason for that. In the South, of course, a political crisis, that there is now finally a government in Seoul that, you know, can be engaged, and that matters when it comes to government-to-government activities. And in terms of North Korea, I'm not aware of any overtures that have been made either way. So at the moment, in terms of Trump's focus, Korea has simply not been at the top of his list. I think it's useful for us to ask what we would like him and the U.S. government to do. That how could they be helpful? How could they play into an effort that I think requires a lot of participants, the North Korean people, NGOs, groups outside of Korea, etc. But the U.S. government clearly has a huge role it could play, and the question then is how to bring that in. And I think this is one where his attention certainly could be helpful. It won't necessarily be helpful, but our job is to try to make sure it is helpful as it comes in. And there really, I think it's twofold. One is U.S.-ROK relationship. The question is, what kind of a relationship will the president have coming in, and especially having a relationship with President Lee? Traditionally in Washington, there has been a preference more for conservatives than liberals in Seoul. You know, certainly the Biden administration was very happy with its relationship with President Yoon. You know, the question is, what kind of a relationship is likely to come from Lee and Trump? They've had a phone conversation, but no meeting yet. They were supposed to meet at the G7, but Trump left early because of the Middle East. And you know, Lee is not going to go to the NATO summit, so there won't be an opportunity for a meeting there. Presumably, you know, they are working on setting up a summit in the near future, but that personal chemistry will matter. Certainly, President Lee understands that, but the question then is how that meeting turns out is going to matter, I think, a lot in terms of how President Trump views the issue. And there are a lot of important and potentially difficult issues that are going to come up. The question of special measures amendment, whether the president will want to push you know, more for more money there. The question of tariffs, which is a major issue. So there's a lot at stake in the relationship. What I think we want is if Lee, to the extent he has a good relationship, can push Trump to see this as an issue that should be part of any Trump initiative with Kim. That is, that Trump should suggest the importance of unification, the support for unification, and a belief that this is up to the Korean people, but that the U.S. will give full backing, you know, for however the Korean people want to move forward. That the U.S. is not going to be an obstacle, but wants to be a facilitator. And if Trump himself sees not just some kind of a U.S. North Korean arrangement as positive for him, but seeing unification as something that would accrue to his benefit and would be seen as a diplomatic capstone for him. Trump, we clearly understand, has a major ego. To the extent that he can see personal benefit coming out of unification, and I think that is one, again, if one looks at how others in certainly his first term handled him, you want him to believe that your idea is his idea. That to the extent that one can convince him that unification would be advantageous and that him speaking on this would give a particular boost, I think that is something, again, how one does that, of course, requires a certain amount of nuance and care. But I do think if we think in those terms of how to get a Donald Trump to embrace this idea and see the advancement of this idea as beneficial to him and hopefully to the Korean people kind of down the line, but from his standpoint to him, I think one is more likely to be able to move the U.S. government in Washington in a positive way. And then there's also the question of a U.S.-DPRK relationship. And we all presume, and I think it probably is true, that at some point Trump will in fact want to try to re-engage Kim. You know, he has spoken about this. I think he may overrate how much Kim Jong-un likes him. You know, he's but certainly they did establish a relationship. Trump got further with a North Korean leader than any previous U.S. president has. So there's an opportunity to build upon that. But of course, much depends on how Kim responds. And you know, whether or not Kim is going to be open for that. Unfortunately, we have moved a long way since 2017 in terms of the size and reach of the North Korean arsenal, in terms of the relationship with Russia. There's a lot that has happened that I think potentially means that the North is not likely to reciprocate. But my hope is that opportunity will still be there. And if so, there's an opportunity again for Trump to suggest that the benefits for a North Korea of engaging and moving towards denuclearization, or at the very least limiting his program and trying to move in a peaceful direction, is significant. And part of that would be the idea of unification, that North Korea has an opportunity to play a role in the region. That role is magnified if the North and South, if the people in both Koreas are acting as one. And that is a message that the president could communicate if he is working with, or at least having a dialogue with, Kim Jong-un. And that is something, again, if that dialogue develops, to be encouraging the administration. And to the extent that those who want to promote unification can provide practical steps, a template for negotiation, just to give ideas. So the current administration, again, is rather busy. There's a lot on the table. There's Ukraine, Russia, there's China, there's the Middle East, there's all sorts of stuff. To the extent that people outside can help them thinking about this issue in terms of what would be practical steps that would advance unification that they could take. I think that would be helpful. Not leave it up to the State Department today to try to figure it out, but to come to them with ideas and indicate, here are steps we suggest that you take. And people they can work with, organizations they can work with, and the vision of whether it be tree planting, environmental, there's a lot out there to present this in a non-threatening way, present this in a non-security way, a non-military way, but steps that could be taken, that would help move the process at least and hopefully open up some future opportunities. And this is going to be a challenge, and trying to get Donald Trump to focus on anything and focus on it for a time, not just short, but longer term, is obviously going to be a challenge. But I do think that there is something here where he believes he achieved something in dealing with Kim Jong-un. And I think he saw at least of the possibility of an agreement, and whether it was a vision of the Nobel Peace Prize or something else, I don't know. But I do think there's something which he probably does want to build on. He's talked about it, and there's been thought that he may have had communication with Kim even when he was out of office. That this, I think, gives an opportunity. If Donald Trump can be interested in this, and if he can be armed with some good strategies and some good ideas, that there's a possibility there of building on that and helping to advance the cause of one Korea, of unification. And I would encourage all of us to try to think in ways to take advantage of that. This is a long task ahead of us. It requires the effort of a lot of people. But if we could get this individual involved in the effort, I think that would be a major step forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Doug.
Let me just add that no one is going to get a Nobel Peace Prize for denuclearization, but those who contribute to a free and unified Korea are likely to receive a Nobel Peace Prize. Keep that in mind when talking to President
That's great.
Trump.
Thanks for your actually very interesting and practical ideas. I think maybe you should write for one for President Lee and one for President Trump, and and also write something for him. Yeah. So
Actually, it's very easy to bring his attention for the Korea unification to the Trump. You can say to him, Korea unification is huge.
maybe no time. No, actually, we're gonna run out of time. Okay. Yeah, we need to move forward. And our next speaker is she actually is a sociologist, and we graduated from the same department in Beijing University. But now she became an expert on Korean issue and Mongolian issue. And so it's Dr. Daniel Wang, who is the founder and the chairwoman of the Belt and Road Culture Exchange Foundation for Women, and also a senior fellow at the Chahar Institute, Dr. Daniel Wang. She will talk about her personal efforts.
Yes. 10 years. This is the 10th year I've been involved in the Korean Peninsula peace building process. And surprisingly today, for the first time during the past 3 years, I see something is changing. The tone is changing of this panel. And people are willing to work with each other and stop pointing fingers to each other. And when David and Doug talk about unification first and the denuclearization second, this is totally groundbreaking change from this particular panel. So I highly appreciate this because after being working with mainland China and Taiwan, I highly appreciate the effort of communication. People need to sit together first and then talk. And what's going on today, I don't know how many of you can see the significance, impact to what's going on in Korean Peninsula, because at one point of last year, I personally feel like there's no longer hope because the two-nation method already been proposed, and then Kim bombed the bridge, bombed the road, and changed the constitution. With all of those things happened during the second half of last year. Personally, after 10 years work, I just feel like this is it. We miss all of the opportunities, all of the 10 years work has been gone. So after seeing that, I still believe talking to each other and with this new agenda give us hope. So, so that's one thing. And then during this visit to Mongolia, that's the second point I want to point out. Regional countries and the representatives keep on working together in Mongolia. And this is something also very unique because we've been colleagues for so many years. And when David Capera approached me to talk about the possibility of Quad, which means you have two Koreans, America and China get together, work on the issue of communication and then peace building process. That's another breaking point I see change. People talk about neighboring countries can get together as observer, but let the Quad, let the four countries get together to initiate. So that's the second breaking point I saw during this trip. On top of that, we also talk about let the Koreans start the talk, initiate it, and then the American and the China stay behind, or after the initiation, we jump in and then be part of the negotiation process. So all of these positive changes and building up new discourse is great, and give us new hope to see probably we can do something, no matter how hard it is, no matter like Ambassador Joseph mentioned, keep on reminding you who we are dealing with, and maybe at one point of time, everything you guys have been talking about can, down the drain again. Doesn't matter. At least we have something to work on. So I've been shouting, yelling, and all of my colleagues witnessed during the past 3 years. Let the Korean come, DPRK representatives come. And I started a foundation, and I'm willing to sponsor them because with the Global Peace Foundation, with the anti-communist agenda, they may never come to use the money, and So I said, let us do something. Let the women do something. And I'm being trained as an anthropologist, and my family has some well-known promising artists in China, following the traditional ink painting tradition. And why don't we do fundraising, like art piece auction? And we can promote DPRK artists, let the outside world at least know DPRK life. They are painting, they are appreciating their landscapes, lifestyle. And then we do that in Hong Kong, and use the money to sponsor the representatives coming out of the DPRK, and then be part of this negotiation. And also appreciating the Mongolian contribution to the whole thing. We've been here for 10 years. We should also promote Mongolian artists' work, because outside of Northeast Asia, when Hong Kong is becoming second largest art market, nobody knows what the Mongolians are doing and what kind of artwork is this. So I see an opportunity over there. And I already get very positive feedback from Dr. Ambassador Aung San Suu Kyi, from France, and also even Mr. Ding. He has working experience in Cambodia, started to say something, let the Cambodian join this effort. We do organizing, fundraising together in Hong Kong. So that's my
okay, thank you.
piece of sense.
Thank you, Dr. Wan. Yeah, now she's taking action, so it's, that's great. David?
I just want to make a short response comment. I really appreciate Dr. Danning's comment and the way you summarize. Ambassador, Ambassador Joseph is, we have other humble Americans, but he's one of the humble former very senior officials to admit, this thing has failed for, this many years, this particular approach. And for you to say that this is dramatic and groundbreaking, that we flipped the paradigm, as David Maxwell talked about, putting the end game of unification. So anyway, I like the way you recap that, but also sometimes it's nice to hear from another country the significance, like this is a game changer perhaps. But I'd also, I think the point you made about Koreans starting, I think Mr. So would completely agree with you, and in fact they're doing that. The Korean Peninsula is having this massive, not first of its kind, but a series of convenings around the Korean Dream this August on the 80th anniversary around the world, diaspora. Young Leaders Assembly next month from North Korea are getting together. So Koreans are leading it, but I think you hit that well. The only thing I'd add is that in addition to the Quad, and by the way, the idea certainly wasn't mine, but it came from Dr. Chung. Where is he? Kyung-Young Chung's beautiful paper that I read on the plane here inspired me so much. So already they'd had some groundwork on this, but here We see in Charhar, Dr. Zhao, you know, he's actually married to a Korean, if I may say, and Yansei. So I think this is another one of the kind of outcomes, that you've got a body of work going on already in Korea that we can build on. But in addition to that, we're not excluding, also there's a trilateral summit that endorsed unification of ROC, Japan. I think the role of Japan is crucial in the final workout on this, particularly the economics. And we didn't mention Russia, I'm sure Vladimir did, but also there's another kind of track where, you know, Putin and Trump has some serious challenges for the world community and what's happening in Ukraine, but at the same time, perhaps the U.S. can flip that and convert it to something that at the end of the day, whether it's China, Russia, the two Koreas, and U.S., we find the win-win-win-win around peace and security, whether it's environment or economic prosperity. But I just want to say I'm very inspired by you, and I offer my wife to work with you also on the artist project. It's very exciting.
That's great. Thank you, David. And since you mentioned it, Mr. Zhang, actually, he studied in North Korea, Kim Il-sung University for 5 years. So he can actually be a bridge for North and South Korea. His wife from South Korea. So, and then worked in Korea for a long time. And the Charhar Institute is one of the most influential think tank in China dealing with Korean Peninsula issue in China. Okay, so, Mr. Zhang. Somebody can give the...
Very glad to share some views about Korea Peninsula issue. Let me introduce myself. I studied Korean in Pyongyang for 5 years. Before going there, I even didn't know a single letter. After graduation, I working for Chinese media, Xinhua News Agency, 5 years.
Can you close the mic? Yeah. Or maybe.
And now I'm a director for Joint Center of Char Institute and Yonsei University. As mentioned before, this is my first time to Mongolia. Very impressive. As all you know, talk about the relations between two Korea. It's very complicated. During the Mr. President Moon Jae-in, both has a very close period. Not a honeymoon, but very close. But under the Yoon Suk-yeol government, they have gone back to a standoff. That's mainly because Yoon's tough policy toward North Korea. On June 3rd, South Korea elected a new President Lee Jae-myung from a progressive party. This gives, maybe gives a chance to improve North and South ties. Progressive camps in South Korea have always cared about the relations between South and North. For example, from Mr. President Kim Dae-jung, Roh Moo-hyun, and Moon Jae-in. And every progressive president has held summit with the North. I think Lee Jae-myung will push for better relation too, at least for now. Right after taking office, he made his stance clear and took real steps, stopping loudspeak broadcast around border and banning leaflet belongs to North Korea. North Korea responded kindly by halting its own broadcast to the South, but Lee Jae-myung still has a tough road ahead. I'm skeptical whether he can pull off a North and South summit like past progressive leaders. The reasons: Kim Jong-un is a very quiet, decisive guy. After so many ups and downs in relations, he no longer trusts the South. He thinks exchange and cooperation won't benefit his regime interest. They might make North Koreans question the system, weaken unity, and shake his rule. So he cut all communication, blew up the Kaesong Industrial complex office, severed rail and road links, and stopped answer the hotline. Last year, North Korea removed reunification from its constitution, disbanded related organization, and labeled South Korea as an enemy state. Why? Because reunification, in their view, would mean the end of the Kim dynasty. So if Lee Jae-myung wants to fix things, he needs to start from scratch. First, restore communication, including the hotline, to prevent accidental clashes and build trust. Second, maybe accepting the idea of two states is easier, instead of pushing for immediate reunification. Focus on ending the enemy label, coexisting as independent states, and signing a peace treaty when the time's right. That's still in line with the 1971 Joint Declaration and Mr. President Roh Tae-woo's Goryeo state idea. So reunification would happen naturally through development, not forced. Let's talking about nuclear, North Korea's nuclear issue. I'm pretty pessimistic about solving this and achieving denuclearization. North Korea wrote nuclear status into its constitution. In fact, North Korea became a nuclear state. And now, just wants international society recognition. They have said they will only talk about nuclear control, not a denuclearization. Nuclear weapons are seen as the lifeline of the Kim regime, so they won't give it up. After the US strike on Iran's nuclear facilities, Kim Jong-un's trust in the US must have taken a hit. If there was hope before that denuclearization could buy security and development, this strike probably killed it. North Korea will likely beef up its defenses and retaliation capability to feel safe. About China's relations with the Korean Peninsula, I will say China's stance hasn't changed. Always declared that supporting peaceful reunification, maintaining stability, and pushing for dialogue to achieve denuclearization. Right now, though, keeping the peninsula peaceful is priority. No chaos, no war. China and South Korea ties still under Yoon Suk-yeol administration, mostly because of his one-side values diplomacy. With Lee Jae-myung, there is hope for improved the relations between Sino and South Korea. President Xi might visit South Korea in November and participate the APEC summit in Gyeongju. And Lee Jae-myung could visit China next year when APEC held in Beijing. That should open up a good bit opportunities. China and North Korea will keep and promote their traditional friendship, but China might keep some distance from the North Korea and the Russia alliance to avoid new Cold War dynamics or blocks. Okay, I will stop here.
You.
Thank
you
you
very much. Thank you. Yeah, we have actually many people prepared for this. We still have at least five more people prepared. So I need your help to really be very kind of short. So make the main points, okay? And next one is Dr. Xia, and from the China University of Foreign Affairs. She basically trained the diplomats in China. So please.
Distinguished scholars and colleagues, I feel very honored to be here. It's my first time to attend this forum and also my first time to be in Mongolia. I experienced the horseback riding, the typical culture of Mongolia. It's a real good experience. And today I'd like to share some views on peace and development of Northeast Asia. I will make it very brief, just the key points. First, Northeast Asia's peaceful development is confronted with various challenges. Yeah, you just mentioned a lot of. Yeah, I think that the trust deficit, such as the polls show that mutual public trust between China, Japan, and South Korea has remained below. Yeah. 30%, just Professor mentioned yesterday. And when security becomes a rural zero-sum game and development is held hostage by geopolitical competition, the very foundation of region prosperity faces erosion. How to solve this security dilemma and trust deficit? There are several ways. Yeah. First is, we should form the institution to deal with the crisis management. And the second is to prioritize non-traditional security. And third is to deepen second-track dialogue. And the last but not least important is that we should lay new foundations. In this respect, we have already saw the progress and efforts. For example, we empowering the youth. Yeah, we have the youth leadership program, very good, and the tree planting. 2 days ago, I learned that this conference participant share how, under his leadership, they have planted countless trees. And this afforestation initiative have done more than benefit the environment. Many participants even found love and studied family through these activities. In Chinese culture, both tree planting and matchmaking are considered very virtuous deeds that accumulate blessings. So may we all continue working together, for peace and prosperity of Northeast Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Yeah, and then next one's from Russia, Dr. Vladimir Ivanov, the adjunct senior fellow at the Stimson Center.
Well, first, Yiqing, kudos to structuring this discussion, giving first among the superpowers, giving word first to Americans, then to Chinese, and now to Russians. I suppose that I have to follow on Doug's intervention and give you some advice on how to sell the unification idea to Putin. I'm not sure I'll be able to do it very quickly. It really deserves some thinking, but some avenues to this, I would give a couple of points. So actually, what happened during this year after the signing between Russia and DPRK of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Treaty? How actually, well, we all know more or less about the scope of cooperation, military cooperation between the two countries which followed. I will not go into details. But through, this is my sort of creative thinking, how Russia sees this cooperation in a larger geopolitical context. I see an obvious symmetry between the war in Ukraine, or Russia war with Ukraine, and the situation and Russia's policies regarding DPRK. We know the Putin's narrative regarding Ukraine, that it became the spearhead of Western attack on Russia. And one of the reasons for Putin was to retaliate and to reorganize, reframe Ukraine as a neutral, disarmed, etc., plus all the narratives regarding unification of the Russian people. So there are obvious similarities with what's happening in the Northeast Asia. So I think that one of the ideas of approaching the DPRK for Putin was to create a similar spearhead against the West in the East. And this really created a very dangerous situation, because after participation of North Korean troops in the Ukrainian war, well, we need to say for fairness that to my knowledge, they just took part in the Kursk regional counterattack by Russians after Ukrainian incursion into Kursk. So they didn't actually participate in masses in the Russian attack on Ukrainian territory per se. But anyway, this alliance was fastened with blood. And this is something maybe more important than legal formulations of the articles of the treaty. And I wonder what's going to happen if DPRK, in the situation of conflict, of any time kind of skirmishes, gets back to Russia and says, well, we sent our troops to help you. Now we would ask you to send your troops to help us. And in this case, well, we know that there are Russian all sorts of military structures on the territory of DPRK. But if Russia sends people, I mean combat forces, to this territory and be engaged in the conflict, in this situation, something that has not happened in Ukraine would happen in on Korean Peninsula, because on the opposite side there is a serious American contingent, and very, very likely there will be a conflict between Americans and Russians, and this is already a precedent for a large-scale international conflict. I would say the Third World War precedent. So, but now when Trump came to power, we have a new situation, and we have an overture and the possibility for negotiation between Russia and the United States on various strategic matters. And Russia started playing a little bit different game. It started selling its relations with its clients as a leverage to work with the United States. So through this prism, we can address what is possible and what we would like to do in order to promote the idea of Korea unification. And the first thing which is important in my mind is to put the situation in the context of Russian-American strategic negotiations. There is a prospect that these negotiations on strategic stability will get back onto the agenda of Russian-American relations. And it is very important to put Korean Peninsula on this strategic agenda. Because for Russians and for both countries, it's extremely important. And it's number one. Number two, Trump's policy of making economic deals is also a good approach, because Russia is facing significant economic difficulties with sanctions, with all restructuring of its financial and trade flows, pivot to the east, etc. There are also contradictions with China and some other countries in the region. So if we think through a strategy of advising Russia in mostly in trilateral or quadrilateral context, Russia, China, United States, and South Korea, on how to address major Russia's economic difficulties, and eventually participate as a shareholder in what's going to happen with unifying or unified Korea. We see that similar suggestions have been discussed regarding Ukraine. It would be natural if a similar approach could be developed in North Korea regarding the Korean Peninsula. And regarding technologies, I would say that we need to first embed these discussions in the ongoing track 2 dialogues. For example, Stimson Center has several track 2 dialogues. One, I'm involved with Russian-American military-to-military dialogue. Another one is China-US military-to-military dialogue. And there is also a trilateral dialogue with a more broad agenda involving China. So, and we need to build new track 2 dialogues and back-channel diplomacy involving also, first of all, private sector leaders who could serve as mediators, as facilitators, contacting high-level decision makers, including, for example, Kim in North Korea. And we can have some ideas about who could be the leader in this effort. I mean, Dr. Moon, or similar individuals. They may be public individuals, public leaders. They may be less public, but the world practice shows that such shuttle diplomacy by business people who understand the real underlying interests may be very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ivanov. And then our next speaker, Mr. Kome Isozaki, Japan Chair Fellow at the Hudson Institute.
Thank you. Thank you, Global Peace Foundation and then Blue Banner for inviting me to Mongolia, inviting me to attend such a wonderful conference and experience in Mongolian culture, people, and reuniting some of the people we met in Seoul or in the United States. Like I met Dr. Lee, and we had as a visiting fellow, we had an office next to each other in Washington, D.C. And a few years ago. So I'd like to talk about 4 points. First is the Korean Peninsula as a geostrategic center in Northeast Asia. Second is combined armed forces in the Korean Peninsula. Third is arms control on the Korean Peninsula. Fourth is the U.S. forces in the Korean Peninsula. Korean Peninsula is a very important geopolitical center in Northeast Asia, and also it's important for Japan's security. So I held a luncheon with North Korea experts in Tokyo on last Thursday before departure to Incheon to go to Mongolia. And one of them said it would be ridiculous to talk about the unification. He was really against the unification. So that because it's so difficult and it could create instability in Northeast Asia. So he claimed he has regular contact with Kim Yo-jong, a sister of Kim Jong-un. And North Korea has no interest in unifications, and rather they may be pursuing some of the empire in Goguryeo Empire in the northern part of Korean Peninsula, which stretched toward the northeastern part of China. And some others say it would be ridiculous to promote creating a bigger, powerful neighbor in the back of Japan. So Korean Peninsula is considered in the dagger knife in the back of Japan. So in histories, in the past 2,000 years, Korean Peninsula's stability is very important for Japan. So Japan sometimes received the cultural civilization through Korean Peninsulas. Some of our ancestors came from Korean Peninsula, maybe from Mongolia through Korean Peninsula. So that's like a venue for our development. Also, some of the instability came from Korean Peninsula. For example, Mongol Empire invaded Japan twice in the 13th century using Korean naval forces. And luckily for us, as maybe divine winds or kamikaze blew down or sank Mongol forces in the ocean. So we were able to survive. In the 16th century, so Japan's ruler invaded Korea twice to kind of pacify the peninsula, to keep the stability and also to save from the foreign influence. That means Manchu empires in the north. So we are afraid of the foreign external influence on the Korean peninsula. And also, of course, the 19th century, 20th century, we fought with China and Russia to keep the influence on the peninsula. From the Japanese point of view, we need to kind of neutralize the peninsula to expel the foreign presence on the peninsula. That is kind of Japanese views on why we fought over the Korean peninsula. The second is the combined armed forces of Korean peninsula would be really huge. 1.2 million soldiers on the north and 500,000 in the south if you combine about approximately 1.8 million armed forces would exist on the Korean peninsula with weapons of mass destruction. So that includes 1,990 warships and 390,000 tons, including 12 destroyers, 19 frigates, 41 submarines, and air forces of 1,210 fighters. And there is a significant amount of armed forces in the backyard of Japan. The second is the ballistic missiles. So North Korea's ballistic missile capabilities have improved over the years. It is believed they have ICBMs with a range of over 10,000 kilometers. They launched several tests of the Japanese archipelago toward the Pacific Oceans. Also, as for the nuclear weapons, given that North Korea has conducted 6 nuclear tests so far, its nuclear weapon program is considerably advanced. North Korea conducted comprehensive military drills recent years, including tactical nuclear weapons recently. They announced their counter-nuclear war plan. And And as for the biological and chemical weapons, it is likely North Korea possess significant amount of biological and chemical weapons in arsenal and laboratories. Although North Korea ratified the Biological Weapons Convention in 1987, but they have not joined the Chemical Weapons Convention. Of course, South Korea joined the Chemical Weapons Conventions in 1997 when the convention entered into force. The third point of armed control on the Korean Peninsula after the unification is, as a unified Korea, so we recommend unified Korea succeed various disarmament treaties to which South Korea has succeeded, and they should accept independent investigations and inspections by the international organizations such as IAEA, OPCWs, and maybe WHO for biological agents. And eventually, they should destroy all weapons of mass destruction. And international organizations, some of the countries that has experience of destroying those weapons are United States, Russia, Japan, in terms of chemical weapons. So we could help them to destroy, dismantle the chemical weapons, WMDs on the Korean Peninsula. And so also, we, I think, recommend a new nuclear deterrence communication mechanism between US, China, Russia, Japan, and the unified Korea. And perhaps they should create a new Northeast Asian denuclearization zone on the Korean Peninsula and Japan. The fourth point is US forces on the Korean Peninsula. If a united Korea is achieved, the current mutual defense treaty between the United States and Republic of Korea in 1953 will be drastically reviewed, or maybe should be end the war, because there's no war at all. There's no North Korean threat anymore. Pressure from neighboring countries such as China and Russia, and demands for withdrawal of foreign troops on the Korean Peninsula. And unified state may have a new diplomatic identity for non-aligned neutrality status. So this may create some uncertainties on the Korean Peninsula without any security framework on the Korean Peninsula. Also, we have to bear in mind that some changes in domestic opinions in Korea, on the Korean Peninsula. So they may have a stronger orientation toward independent and self-defense and bigger, powerful countries. Also, North Korea has a deepening security relationship with Russia. That may continue. Also, North Korea's has alliance with the People's Republic of China. So all those security frameworks will be renewed at the simultaneously after the unification. So maybe new security arrangements should be established on the Korean Peninsula, maybe the United Nations framework, or some sort of security framework like OSCE, Organization for the Security and Cooperation in Europe, or some of the more collective defense organizations like NATO may be needed. And accordingly, so the United States, US alliance networks in Asia will be fundamentally changed, including US-Japan defense cooperations mechanism as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And next speaker is Dr. Rai. Maximum 5 minutes. Better 3 minutes.
International meeting, 3 minutes is ideal. 5 minutes is maximum. Maximum is 7 minutes. But does not apply to some of the speakers like Cuban President Fidel Castro. He never used to. So time is running, and I think after hearing all the debates, look like that we have debated enough. We have heard Korean dream also. We have heard vision also. What is the vision from Teksu last night also, and today also morning I heard him. We should talk about action now. What action? I don't go by the action which were proposed. Eliminate him, topple him, kill him, attack him. I don't think that. Nobody will win. Ultimately, we have to come on the table of dialogue. And I was 2 nights with John Dixon. He didn't allow me to shave my beards. And today also morning said, don't save till unification takes place. So I need very quick action so that I can save my beards. How to see the dream is a big thing. Korean dream, I don't know, maybe there must be, I have read a couple of times, but how to see the dream is a big question. And that is a Korean dream. How Korean can see the dream is also more bigger question. We had a president called APJ Kalam. Lot of missile was talked, and he was the missile man. He gave the theory, and not only theory. He produced missile in India. He was called missile man. He was the president of India. Great scientist. And he gave a theory how to see the dream. What is dream? The dream is not that you see in the sleep. Rather, it is something that you does not allow you to sleep, is the dream. So can the Korean start not sleeping to see that dream? Second thing, why India is supporting unification? That was what I was asked by Yejing to speak. Because of our long-term relation with Korea, from the time of, you can say 2000 years before or beyond that one also. And then the Buddhist monk coming in 8th century to India to learn. And recently, whatever we are saying that during Korean War, India played a role of neutrality. We participated in that one, but we participated in Neutral National Repatriation Commission. And that is the principle of India, that we don't go for the conflict, rather we try to reconcile. We try to unite, not to divide. And India, through development and economic dimensions, we have good relation with both the countries. And we want to enhance that one, not only through the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Alliance, an agreement which we have with South Korea, and same time we are training number of diplomats, number of scholars in agriculture, in communication, in administration, especially the cultural. And India, we are teaching also. We have the cultural centers. Number of universities are teaching Korean Cultural Center, Korean Studies Center in JNU, a Korean Language Center. We are teaching to come closer to the Korea to understand more better than. And with that one, we have number of programs. And why India supporting? I will just quote last one. Rabindranath Tagore was the first Nobel laureate from Asia in literature. I said 3-4 lines, which is quoted in Korean Dream also by Dr. Hin Jin-moon. In the golden age of Asia, Korea was one of the lamp bearer. And that lamp is waiting to be lit once again for the illumination of the East. I say for not illumination of East only, illumination of the world. Rabindranath Tagore was called Guru by Mahatma Gandhi. And Guru means says something, is a lot of meaning for India. And he says, if Korea will illuminate the whole Asia or East, we say that Korea can illuminate the whole world. And that's why India is supporting unification. We want to go by compassion. Love is not enough unless you go for action. And I will conclude now because unless before I get yellow card, which I don't like, from anybody I don't like yellow card. I know how to control because I am also professor. And I know how to conclude my lecture in 49 minutes. Simply I say, which I said in Philippines also when I got the Peace Award from Global Peace Foundation, where I was associated from the beginning. Why I got associated with getting birth of this GPF in my home, where Yeching Gili was also there, and Dr. Hin Jin-moon was also in my house. We spent whole day, and there GPF was created. And we signed agreement on behalf of UN, I signed, and then they signed on behalf of GPFF. Now, I will conclude with that. Vision is very good thing. Ideal, very ideal. But without action is just a dream, nothing. Action without vision is just wastage of time. So vision, Korean dream vision need action. That will transform the world and that will unite both Koreas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rai.
Lastly, I want to donate one song. They have a lot of K-pop. In India also we are organizing many K-pop in the university also. In India there is a great song, it is a universal song, which I think they should unite. I will be successful. हम होंगे कामयाब एक दिन. One day I will be successful. That is the confidence in my mind. I have that song, but there is no time to sing that one. But I will give them to translate into Korean, and if you have confidence that one, you will be victorious, you will be successful one day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rai. Okay, our final speaker is from host country, and Mr. Boyan Derger from the Institute of Security Studies.
Strategic Studies.
Strategic
yes.
Studies,
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, ambassador, and thank you all for all the speakers who have preceded me, and I think all raised very important and good points. I agreed with most of you, and I think that is also very good. That our thinking aligns. That we have agreement. And one point that I am in full agreement is that peace is the prerequisite for denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. I think it was first raised by Colonel Maxwell, the 12 words. But when we talk about unification, I think we naturally, because it is a legacy of the Cold War, I think we naturally tend to go to the German model of unification. And of course, I wanted to bring this up here because German unification was also a peaceful unification. And that was an important thing for the region and for our mutual betterment. But before we apply the German model into our thinking, we have to consider what led to the German unification in the first place. And of course, one of the key components of this unification was a series of reforms that took place in the Eastern Bloc. And most importantly, it was the willingness of the leaders of great powers to actually press the issue. I think it was President Reagan asked President Gorbachev to tear down the wall and allow the unification of Germany. I think, if I remember correctly, his advisors actually told him not to say that, but he did it anyway, and that took some courage. And today we actually heard several arguments and tactics and line of reasoning that we might employ to persuade some of the leaders of the great powers. So that gives us perhaps a pathway to achieve one of the key components of achieving unification, which is the political will of the great powers. What is missing is the first component that I mentioned, the series of reforms that happened in the Eastern Bloc. So in my view, similar reforms need to happen in North Korea to enable unification, a peaceful unification for that matter. And the models for these unifications, of course, we can go back to history and look at what happened in the Eastern Bloc, but we can actually get models for these reforms from within the Northeast Asian region. And of course, coming from Mongolia, I'm advocating for Mongolia as a model for these unifications and gradual transition to democracy and market economy. But reformation is like communication. It requires the recipient of these reforms to be willing to accept these reforms. And that will only come from North Korea. So we have to listen to them, and we need their participation as well in forums like these. And a policy shift towards an acceptance or a willingness to change within North Korea will come in the form of, in the shape of back channel signals and communications. And one of such back channel signals or unofficial communications can be achieved at forums like these, like Mongolia Forum, and track 2 discussions. And also, there is presence of North Korean attendance in such forums, especially, particularly in the Ulaanbaatar dialogue, and of course, Ulaanbaatar process, which is a full track 2 platform, where where we can listen to North Korea and see if there is willingness to change and reform. And I think that is my contribution to this panel today. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thanks for all your active participation. Actually, we need to quickly move to the next session on the environment. David.
So welcome everyone. If we could be seated for the final session before, we're the only ones standing between you and lunch. And then we have the young leaders in the afternoon. But we're very happy to begin this important session on the environment conservation and COP17. I'm David Caprera, your session moderator. I do want to acknowledge at the top, we've just been joined by Her Excellency Chimandari, Ambassador at Large for Preparation for UN CCD COP17. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. And our leader for this campaign, and Dr. Oyan Sana, Director General of Mongolia National Forest Agency. He was with us in Seoul, Korea last year and here in Mongolia, and we began our preparation for taking action together on COP17 a year ago. Yesterday, the participants were joined the My Club movement that's planted over 2 million trees here in Mongolia to show our dedication to working with Mongolian President Kurosuk to achieve his major tree planting goals. Just some example, Ambassador Engsen has been very key in that. And Mongolia is hosting COP17, presents a rallying point, if you will, for the forces of good, you could say, civil society, youth, to make progress in forestation aims. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the former Minister of Forestry also, former director here. Just recognize you. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And maybe a unique added aspect, along with the young leadership buildup, is the unique linking of these endeavors to cross-border peace initiatives. This is actually the passion of UN Resident Coordinator Sid Chatterjee that spoke to us earlier today. Will be with us in Seoul, and he's agreed to partner with us in a big way. So we've already heard from him from Beijing. We will send a delegation from Mongolia led by Ambassador Engsen next month, or he will lead a delegation to the Kabuki Desert to begin documenting and promoting what we're talking about here. Already actions are being taken, Dr. Rai, while we're sitting here. That action has been arranged by Sid Chatterjee as just one example, but we'll bring other models from Mongolia, from Korea. In Africa, we have massive tree planting. Dr. Rai is very well with our esteemed philanthropist, Mano Chandaria. We're working with the Ruto government and the First Lady of Kenya. They're there on the dry zone of the equator, and we have massive forestation happening in counties all across Kenya. So we're not talking the top. We're walking, we're planting, and promoting peace. In Africa, Latin America, last year, Oyansana, Director General, met one of the world's leading carbon credit programs from Latin America in the rainforest, Antonel, Paraguay. So we're galvanizing all these forces for good, if you will. I'd like to begin this session with invite a few brief opening words from Mongolia's former Prime Minister, Amar Jagal, who's no stranger to us. He's been at the prior Mongolia Forum, and he was with us in Korea. So welcome, sir, to help kick us off.
Well, thank you very much. Frankly speaking, I was expecting to make remarks, but I will do my best. First of all, the issue related to the climate change is a really big issue, and I don't know how many of you love football. In American way, it's called soccer, and the Korean friends should know Song Hee-min. It's a very famous player, Asian player in Premier League. He is from Tottenham. So, just mentioning his name because it's a football field. You have to imagine the size of the football field. And according to some statistics, which I got, every second, we losing 4 football fields land because of desertification and degradation. And this is a really big issue. Every second, 4 football fields land is gone. And this is a really big issue for the world. And because of the loss of the land and because of loss of the all these fields, we have a problem related to the people. And again, according to this, some statistical data which provided by UN, by 2050, 3/4 of the world's population may suffer because of drought. And if you have a facing drought, you definitely will have some problems related to the economic issues, and it will be related to the issue related to the migration, which again will lead to the political and other problems. So from the world point of view, the problem of desertification is a really big issue, and that's why Mongolia was championing this issue, and we're quite happy that we will host COP17 next year. Second remarks, I would say that we trying to and we're willing to see Mongolia's future very much related to the Northeast Asia. And our previous session was related to the issue of peaceful development in this arena and way of making contribution, action, as you was mentioning. Maybe it's a small action, a very small step, but through voicing and being champion voice for climate change, for this desertification issues, and trying to solve this issue, combining the efforts from different countries, different cultures, different people come together. This is also, in my understanding, Mongolia's, I would say, contribution to these big problems. And of course, this really big issue, it's very much involves investment issue, financing issue, how to finance all these big projects, what kind of new technology we have to adopt and promote. And we know that our Chinese friends are doing great job in terms of fighting desertification and bringing the new technology to fight all this issue. And I think Mongolia can also have some kind of homegrown solutions to these problems. And the ambassador at large and our experts on land, grassland issue, dry land issue, and climate issue, our specialists, I think, will give more details, information to you. And finally, Mongolia also wants to promote itself. And once we will have this meeting, I think all over the world, people will be focused on Mongolia and what kind of outcome from this activities and from this session. And in this regard, our forum, Mongolia Forum, also making some kind of contribution. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Well, next, let's get our leader, the ambassador up, Dr. Chimo Tundari, to share Mongolia's hosting of COP17 and how we can work together. Thank you.
Yeah, I can start already with my remarks, and then while the PPT is getting ready, I can go to the stage and present the PPT. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for this invitation. I'm very much honored and humbled to be present in this room and participating in this important Mongolia Forum on Northeast Asian Peaceful Development. And I wanted to first introduce myself. My name is Chim Gundari. I'm a career diplomat with 19 years of experience and currently serving as the Ambassador at Large and Director of the Preparatory Office of the UNCCD COP17. I'm really happy to see very many familiar faces, starting with our former Prime Minister, Mr. Amar Jargal, our esteemed Ambassador Eng Sai-khan, and all and other consuls that I used to work and have a great esteem of. So I wanted to introduce to you the vision and the preparation of the COP17 that Mongolia is putting in place right now. I've heard in the previous sessions that you've been talking mostly about peace and security, but this time I will talk about more about development, prosperity, and sustainability. As our Prime Minister mentioned, the desertification and climate issues are being considered as the existential crisis lately, and Mongolia decided to show leadership and champion the issue of land degradation and desertification. At the COP15 in Abidjan in 2022, there was a decision taken for, thank you, Mongolia to host the COP17 on desertification. This will be the biggest global gathering that Mongolia will be hosting because the UNCCD has 197 parties or member states. So this is a big platform that unites governments, international organizations, development partners, civil society, youth, indigenous people, and women. So overall, usually all COPs gather around 6,000 to 7,000 people. But the latest one, the one that was organized in Saudi Arabia in Riyadh in 2024, has seen more than 20,000 people participating. So we are expecting around 10,000 people to come to Mongolia next year in 2026. As you know, nearly 77% of Mongolia's land is degraded, but globally, up to 40% of the world's land area is degraded, directly affecting over 3.2 million people. Without urgent intervention, 50 million people may be displaced by 2030 due to land degradation and related climate impacts. Northeast Asia, with its ecosystems, is highly vulnerable to these risks. To face these challenges, Mongolia is not standing still. Under the leadership of our president, Mr. Khurelsukh Okhna, Billion Trees National Campaign is galvanizing action across the society. Beyond the domestic scale, reforestation is increasingly being recognized as a bridge for cross-border environmental cooperation and even confidence building between nations. The COP17 Preparatory Office is leading Mongolia's preparations under the leadership of the Minister of Environment and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We're committed to transparency, inclusivity, and partnership, including full engagement with civil society organizations. Their voices, innovation, and community-driven solutions are essential to the successful organization of the COP17. Alongside official negotiations at COP17, we will host a dynamic green zone. This is the plan for now, a platform for civil society, youth, academia, and private sector stakeholders to exchange ideas and showcase practical solutions. These platforms demonstrate how environmental collaboration can complement peace dialogue in the region. Mongolia has long been a bridge builder in Northeast Asia. The Mongolia Forum itself is a token of this role, combining dialogue on peace and security with tangible environmental cooperation, such as joint tree planting campaigns that unite citizens from across the region. Today's forum reflects our shared vision that peaceful development and environmental resilience can and must reinforce each other. As we walk toward COP17, let us continue on this joint momentum, and not only for Mongolia, but for the stability of the whole Northeast Asia and beyond. So now let me proceed with presenting to you a little bit a few slides. Let me go over there. So I wanted to show you how Mongolia, the government of Mongolia, is preparing to host the COP17. We have established the preparatory office at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have identified the venue where we will organize the COP17. The venue will be in the National Park in the easternmost corner. We have also established the National Committee headed by the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. We also signed the host country agreement with the Secretariat of the UNCCD in February of this year. Now we're discussing the nitty-gritty of this host country agreement, which is the annexes and the more detailed plan of the organization. The dates for the COP17 is also approved in April. So the COP17 will be held in August from the 17th to 28th of August 2026. And with that, we have also recently received and organized the first planning mission of the UNCCD Secretariat in Mongolia in May 2025. Okay, sorry. Where should I press to go to the next slide? Okay, if the slide is not moving, let me just tell you a little bit more about what kind of legacy program or document Mongolia is preparing, because 2026 will be also an international year for rangelands and pastoralists. This was a UN General Assembly adopted resolution that was adopted at the initiative of Mongolia in 2022. So here you will see the organization of the subcommittees of under the National Organizing Committee. We have 12 of them. Okay, this is the information that I have already given to you. I think I'm just going backwards. Oh, I see, okay. So this is the planning of the venue. Organizing a COP is usually a very big undertaking, and unfortunately in Mongolia we don't have a big convention hall or a convention venue. So that's why we're planning to construct a temporary structure to accommodate all those around 10,000 people that we're expecting to host. And you will see in the planning that there's a blue zone, and the blue zone is usually a UN flagged venue. So it's like a UN venue coming to Mongolia temporarily for us to organize the COP17. This is a venue that is restricted and accessible only for people who hold UN mandates. Those are usually government officials, international organization people, and the green zone is usually open for everybody. So in the green zone, we usually showcase all the activities that are being organized by the civil society and the private sector. So as I mentioned previously, the 2026 is the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. So Mongolia is trying to show leadership and champion the agenda of the rangelands and pastoralists on the international agenda to about the land restoration. And we're preparing together with the UNCCD Secretariat a global rangelands flagship initiative, which will be consisting of 3 components. The first one would be about development of knowledge products, and the second component will be increasing and engaging more public and private sector investment to the international rangelands and pastoralists agenda. And the third component would be strengthening the capacities of institutions in supporting rangelands policy and investment. So, this is the legacy document that Mongolia will be preparing and launching at 2026. In this slide, you will see that we will be expecting participation from all stakeholders, including youth, scientific community, and innovators. During the organization of the COP17, we will also try to elevate Mongolia's leadership on desertification and land degradation. What does it mean for Mongolia to host a COP17 is that we will first organize this big international gathering, this big international conference, but then also we will have to continue leading on the agenda of desertification and land degradation until the next COP, meaning until the COP18, until we give the torch to the next president of the COP. This convening will also help us strengthen regional cooperation on desertification and land degradation. And I think this forum that we see today, the Mongolia Forum, can be one of the supporting regional cooperation that we can engage during the COP17. And I also told you about the Green Zone, and the Green Zone will be an opportunity for the civil society organizations and academia to get engaged and to showcase your work at COP17. So that's that. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for excellent presentation. I think we are charged, and in the next segment we'll talk about youth and how we can work together in that regard. You also talked about cross-border. So the delegation ambassadors leading to Inner Mongolia, to the Kabuki Desert, we're actively promoting with the UN, Beijing, and GPF this sort of cross-border synergy. So I guess we want to put it all as an offering wherever it's tasty or can be helpful, particularly, frankly, I think could I have a consensus on this? We'd like to strengthen and support Mongolia's unique role, you know, the lasting. And I just have one question for you. We don't need to answer it now, but I think, Ambassador, the timing of the Mongolia Forum next year, I know you also have UBD, how these can fit in before, during, and after, as this is not a one-off, of course, and you've mentioned it's a whole year. So we'll want to seek your guidance, how we can be most helpful. We did the same thing with Dr. Rai in India. GPF was part, through the arm of Prime Minister Modi, of the G20. And Dr. Rai organized a remarkable convening with Civil 20, with the leader who Modi had appointed, and we were part of that. And we actually did build up for us. So I think we can think about what kind of combinations would be most helpful. I would also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge we have a very bright member of your team here. I believe it's pronounced Serendulam. Am I close? Go ahead.
Saroz Ohan.
Okay, we'll get better each time. But she came to the camp, to the GERS, and met the young leaders, did a wonderful job. She's in the key figure in the Office of Preparation. So thank you again. At this time, speaking of youth, I want to introduce Dr. Sadram Damdin of the Mongolia. They planted, through my club, over 2.5 million trees. This has been an ongoing, and it's his passion to uniquely link this tree planting work with North-South Korea engagement and eventual unification. So he is also a cross-border example. Please welcome Sadram. Does he have a microphone? Microphone, please.
Баярлалаа. Би Монголоор товчхон ярьчих. Манай клубийн хүүхдүүд My Club-ийн үйл ажиллагааг товч бас ярина. Ер нь бол ингээд олон улсын төвшөнд энэ Монголыг сонирхож байгаа нэг тал нь болохоор энэ цөлжилтийг зогсоож байгаа тэр бүм мод үндэсний хөдөлгөөн байгаа. За энэ хөдөлгөөнд маш олон улс орнууд оролцож байгаа. Энэ оролцож байгаа энэ үйл явцад болохоор ялангуяа энэ одоо Mongolia Forum-ийн гол үйл ажиллагаа болох энэ Солонгосын хойгийн одоо их тавны процессыг дэмжих үйл ажиллагаа байгаа. Энд тэр бүм мод үндэсний хөдөлгөөнд өмнө нь ногоон Аз, ногоон хэрэм гэх мэтэр төрийн бас байгууллагууд оролцож байгаа. Тэрнээс гадна болохоор бүгд найрамдах ардчилсан Солонгос ард улсаас энэ тэр бүм мод үндэсний хөдөлгөөнд оролцох тийм сонирхлууд байдаг. Тэгэхээр Монголын нутаг дэвсгэр дээр хоёр Солонгосын одоо мод тарих хамтын үйл ажиллагаа идэвхжээсээ энэ үйл ажиллагаанд My Club-ийн манай залуу үеийн идэвхтэй оролцоосоо гэж хүсэж байгаамаа.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I will briefly explain my opinion in Mongolian. And this forum is focusing on Korean unification, but also North Korea expressed their interest in participating in 1 billion tree. $1 billion tree national movement, and also we are planning to. And My Club болохоор My Club, a non-government organization, also planted about 2.5 billion million tree in the for 1 billion tree movement. And also we are planning to participate for this movement and collaborate for the forum.
Hello, my name is Nurlekan. Hello, my name is. Okay. Oh. Hello, my name is Nurlekan Zaruk, and I'm currently high school senior and member of my online community. Today, I'm going to share my personal stories with my clubbers. I joined my clubbers like 3 years ago, and when I first joined, I used to think that planting tree was just only enough. But in this Mongolia's harsh weather, it is the only beginning, and every Saturday we meet to take care of our trees. We water them and we fix the weeds, and we learn practical ecology education through planting trees. I'm going to study computer science in the future, and I'm currently working on a project called Ulaanbaatar Oasis by Global Shapers Mongolia. My clubbers has planted my love for urban planning, and by combining computer science with urban planning, I'm searching solutions for building eco pocket parks in various suburban areas. I believe that younger generations can build our future, and we can build anything we want. I hope that we will do the action. Yes, I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Ningchen Bayerzocht, and I'm here as a representative of my clubbers, New Generation. Our club has been running since 2006, so I'm comparably new, but today I wanted to share my experience as a volunteer at my clubber for the last 3 years, and I just wanted to tell my dream to all these great peoples. I believe since most of the peoples in here is specialized in the climate, I don't have right to teach about the Mongolian climate to you guys, so I just want to tell my dream. And if I start by sharing my experience of discovering my clubbers, it was all told my friend. Since the middle school, I had a dream to study abroad, and my friend in the children council suggested me this club because you can join in any time and you don't have to fill any forms. Anyone from any age group is possible to become part of this club, and I believe this is one of the difference my clubbers have compared to the other organizations. So when I first joined, it was all for the certificate, but they didn't give me after one participation, so I was actually a little bit taken back. But the food the teacher gave us in the very first day was actually very delicious, and the people I met was very nice, so I decided to continue. And when I become the part of the club, the teacher made many jokes, and he made it very pleasurable to be the part of this club. And as the time passes, our club become more younger, and I become one of the old members of my club. And I believe our teachers' responsibility also has greatly increased. And many international kids came to us to collaborate and to learn about our culture, our climate. And since this forum is for peace and unification, I want to share my two experiences with North Korea and South Korea. So actually, if you wonder how we know when we will plant the trees, the teacher make post on the Facebook group. We have actually our 60,000 active members, and around 100 students participate weekly. And when the teacher posted about the planting in North Korea Embassy Garden, I was actually a little bit surprised because at the time I had no experience with the North Korea, and I even Googled North Korea and see the flag to check if it's the Korea that I'm thinking. And after like proving, I actually Google translated it in Mongolia to see if it North is actually meant North. And I actually worked with North Korea and South Korea to the Green Belt. And I have to tell, if we can work with them separately, then there will be, in the future, there will be possibility to work with them together. And since the David Maxwell talked about the quote of Genghis Khan, I want to tell one quote again. Genghis said to his soldiers, if you want to build something great, don't do it alone. So I believe it goes in lots of different meanings. If you plant the trees alone, it's very complicated and it's very boring process. But if you plant it with your friends, it's very easy. So I believe this can be meaningful to all of those peoples. And actually, if you want, so before ending it, I want to thank David for like giving us this chance to tell about our community and our dream. And I want to tell all the past supports you have given to our club actually influenced the younger generation greatly. Most of the students in Mongolia have passion to make change, but they don't have the opportunities. But thanks to this club, we had the chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Well, really, I wish we could give you all forum, because these voices are really what counts. Frankly, every tree and every young leader. By the way, what is Ambassador Robert Joseph, a former very high-ranking State Department official, Dr. Danning Wang from Hong Kong, Koze from Japan, Dr. Chung in Korea, and Dr. Rai have in common? Can anyone answer? They all have a tree in Mongolia on the My Club app that they're following its growth. And so 10 years from now, the Mongolia Forum and COP17, maybe this is a technology we can share and exchange. But we were also able to track our trees from last year. They've grown. So let's give My Club a round of applause. Now, speaking of scaling up young leadership, imagine the vision of not the US one, but a global Peace Corps of Mongolians and Americans and Indians and Africans and Chinese working together to promote a world of peace through climate stewardship, through action that we've heard from today. Next is Mark Farr to talk about that with his youth team, the Global Peace Leadership Corps. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, David. It's fantastic to be here. I really appreciate it. My name is Mark Farr, and I do run the Global Peace Corps, which is the expression of the Global Peace Foundation's mission through the young people. And as David said, we are in a lot of countries. Last year, there was about 15,000 young people who were working in different ways around the world. This week, we've been here doing horse riding, as some of you may have sort of heard implicitly. I want the young people who are part of this to stand up in just a second, but I also want to say this. It would be remiss of me not to say that there are two other groups that are associated with us. Although I run Global Peace Corps, the Leadership Task Force is also here, and our very close friends, the Korean Dream Crew, with whom we are in association. So I wonder if the young people who have been sitting there very quietly would stand up. I know there's some over here too. Yeah, and give them acknowledgement. In many ways, I think this table is, okay, thank you, you can sit down again. This table is the wrong way round. If it would be me, they would be all them there, and all us old fogies would be at the back. But it isn't up to me. Anyway, it's a fantastic opportunity for young people to do this. First of all, adventure camps, training in the wild, as it were. Secondly, training in your head to learn and understand the work of peace building. And thirdly, the idea of leadership, that you can be unafraid to take leadership. And these people absolutely are. We're going to give you two examples of that. And I want to hand over, shall I go straight to hand over to maybe, since you're sitting next to me, Sunny, would you give a minute on the Korean Dream Group?
Stand up. Hello, my name is Yunsun. I am currently the manager of GPY Korea. Like Mark said, we do service projects and leadership skills, which we call Korean Dream Crew, which I read these beautiful people right here. Korean Dream Crew was made it 3 years ago. This is our third class. We do service projects like going to North Korean defectors community, make tofu rice, which is a North Korean dish, which we love, and we make contents. Because unification, the word can seem very dark and heavy topic. We make it into a very easy, fun, MZ, young way to do it. And and yesterday was my second time tree planting, and I love it. And I hope that we can collab with GOP17 and bring more North Korean defectors here and South Korean youth to collab, plant trees. And yes, thank you.
You want to go and get into Mike to Rumit. So our second speaker today is Rumit. Some of you may know him, Rumit Walia. Please give a little extra.
Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Rumit Walia. I'm from India, and it's an honor to speak as both as a lifelong environmentalist and a core member of the Global Peace Corps team. It's an honor working with Mark and David. For me, the environment has always been personal. It's not just about trees or policies. It's about dignity, equity, and the future we leave behind. And that's exactly what GP Corps is doing, empowering young people not just as peace builders, but as environmental stewards and nation builders. Here in Mongolia, we see an incredible example, a country with deep cultural wisdom, peaceful diplomacy, and growing environmental ambition. And I also want to highlight once again the young person just said, but VIII Mongolia Eco Community recently also have been planting trees in the North Korean embassy right here in Mongolia. So I want to just call this act of peace as a green diplomacy that my club is leading in Mongolia, and I'm sure we can take it in all the other places around the world. As we look ahead to COP17 UNCCD, GP Corps is already preparing for that. We've begun mapping youth-led environmental efforts across the country and engaging with the chapters in Uganda, Indonesia, Korea, India, and all the other countries that GP Corps is growing in. In the last couple of months, we have compiled over a dozen environmental programs, building strong local partnerships, and now activating youth cohort right here in Mongolia, and we're glad to see that some of the My Club members are also going to be a part of it. We believe that the environment is a common language of peace. The Global Peace Leadership Program is more than a program actually. It is a living movement linking environmental action to peace building, where Mongolia is growing, and I think not growing to be a leader is already a leader. So let's come together and build bridges as environmental stewards through service, education, and leadership. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mark and David.
Thank you, young leaders. Let's turn now back to China. One of my heroes is Ding Ding with the VOC Social Work Institute. He's also coordinator for the largest world umbrella, I think, along with Global Peace Corps, the International Association of Volunteer Effort. They were big time involved in the Olympics in Beijing. Welcome, Ding, and translated by Dr. Danning Wong, please. Thank you. We have a microphone for Danning. Microphone for Ding and Danning, please. Hello.
Go ahead. 谢谢 David。其实这个话题昨天我们已经讲过一次，了，但是今天我想就这话题呢再讲得更细致一些吧。
Yeah, yesterday we already addressed the issue, volunteerism in China and also in the region. Today I want to elaborate a little bit more.
古代亚洲志愿服务虽然没有形成现概念，但以伦理自觉和共同体生存智慧为核心，构建了互助网络。志愿服务精神早已融入社会伦理和实践，其思想根源可追溯到公元前300多年，并在历史发展中形成了亚洲特色的多样化实践形式。
Okay, in ancient Asia, the volunteerism cannot be concluded in the modern concepts and the jargons. However, the idea of helping each other and working for the society has always been there, and we can trace the idea to about 300 BC in the Asia area. And this formed the current and formed the historical root for the current Asia's multiple kind of volunteerism practice.
如日本的神道共生加佛教慈悲，韩国的儒学义理加画廊精神，蒙古的萨满共享和佛教施舍，从儒家的仁爱到墨子的兼爱，朱熹理学的施惠于民，佛教的慈悲为怀，神道教的弑神到蒙古的耐日协作，井田制和以工代赈都是地区话语体系中志愿服务的具体体现。随着近代欧美志愿精神概念的引入，国家、社群、个体都逐渐意识到志愿精神对于整个地区、国家和社会产生了正面积极的影响。
Amazingly, we can see in every country in the region, the volunteerism can be traced back to the history and also has a systematic knowledge base. For example, in Japan, you can see the Buddhism, and in Korea, you see the idea of Confucianism, and in Mongolia, you see shaman and combination with the Buddhist doctrines. In China, in particular, the Confucianism and other philosophy emphasize the universal love and working for the people, and combined with the Buddhist idea of caring for the people. So we have tons of knowledge base to form this particular discourse system in the region and also in each country. So when the modern European and American ideas of volunteerism come to this area, we can definitely see from the state level, community level, and the individual level, fusion became the major trend. We combine the historical way of thinking with the modern thoughts and then form our own culturally unique volunteerism and work for the society positively. Go ahead.
2024年，就去年的10月份，在韩国的釜山举办了第27届全球志愿者峰会。此次大会吸引了超过全球2000多名代表参加。韩国的总统尹锡悦和釜山市市长朴亨俊也出席了，并分享了他们的经验和见解。大会以人民的力量为主题，探讨了志愿服务在支持联合国可持续发展目标中的作用，以及志愿服务的管理机制和政策等议题。
In October last year, 2024, the 27th Global Volunteers Summit was organized in Busan, South Korea. And more than 2,000 representatives participate in this global event. Former President Yoon and the mayor of Busan shared their experience and their opinions towards this important issue. And the slogan and the mission of the meeting is the power of the people. So all of the participants sit together to explore the idea of social and community service and how to apply these services into the accomplishment of United Nations SDG goals. And the volunteers service, especially at the community level, became a very effective mechanism working for the policy.
2016年，阿伟组织了120多个国家和地区参与了国家志愿领导力的调研，以中国和澳大利亚为代表的国家志愿服务领导力模式得到了所有的国家和地区的认同。
Back in 2016, International Association for Volunteer Effort already organized more than 120 countries' participation into the research of how to systematically understand the volunteer service and also the leadership in this field. So back in 2016, China's experience and Australia's experience became models promoted by IRV. Go ahead. Keep it short, I think. 他想让你讲短一点。
好的，刚马的团队刚刚讲到了新街道计划，就是蒙古基于社区治理、凝聚社区力量的案例典型。由志愿组织发现、经营策划、迅速组队、开展实施、扩大社会影响力、反馈调整，形成了志愿服务的闭环。这种通过影响社区居民共同体参与的互助式志愿服务模式，能够深度的影响社会，带动更多的公民参与并建设国家，实现国家基层的社会治理，补充并完善了国家的社会治理结构。
Yeah. Here in Mongolia, we learn from Gambat, his neighborhood project. It's such a typical application of everything we just mentioned, because it's based in community, searching for solutions to solve local problem, and then recruiting the local volunteers to solve these issues. So it became a perfect model and can be applicable to the whole country.
不同的国家和地区间志愿服务模式需要更多的交流，需要相互学习、相互借鉴。
We encourage different countries to organize meetings, conferences together and visit each other to share their own experience, so we can all learn from each other.
未来期待更多的青年领袖，能够发现经济和社会中不均衡造成的这个社会和群体问题，并积极合作，进行跨区域的合作。在未来能够组成合作团队，提供跨国跨区域的联合志愿服务，为世界和平消除隔阂，奉献志愿服务的人民力量。好，谢谢。
During this trip, we also see such a multi-countries effort. Young people coming from different countries get together and work together. And in the long run, we really want to see this kind of a model can be used in China and in other areas. Thank you very much.
Ding is a man of cross-border ambassador. When you go to Beijing to see his project, he will welcome you with a Starbucks coffee, as he did me. And I want to note that this IAVE convention, we've been invited to help program something there with their corporate. We'd like to involve you, Ding, to suggest to Ambassador here. It may be after the summit, since you said it's going to keep going. But they have a global convention. We'll be able to report out and feature what happened at COP17 and some of these models. This will be in Saudi Arabia next fall, right? The IAVE convention is in Riyadh.
对，他就说他非常谢谢你分享这些经历，然后他也愿意邀请你参加下一届在这个沙特举办的这个全球的义工团体的这个会议。对。
Ambassador has a question for Ambassador.
Well, it's first I would like to, on behalf of the Mongolia Forum, thank you for coming, for making a presentation of what is being planned and so on. That is very important. And you have mentioned that Mongolia Forum would be working with the preparative committee. I would like to ask you one question: how can we help you, and how we can work together? You don't have to answer the question at this time, but nevertheless, once I get the answer, I will let our colleagues know. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think what we are seeing today is one example of our cooperation and the support you can provide us as the preparatory team, because we need a lot of engagement from the youth, from civil society, and the volunteers. And I see already an army of young people and civil society that are ready to support the COP17. The ways in which you can support us, we've discussed it a little bit before bilaterally. My one concern is that Mongolian civil society is not enough represented in the UNCCD COP. At any COP, we have only 3 Mongolian civil society registered as UNCCD mandated civil society. So I think your support to engage more Mongolian civil society to have this mandate to participate in the discussions of the UNCCD will help us a lot. Secondly, we can, I see a possibility of you as the Mongolian Forum organizing side events during the COP17, because it's going to be a platform open for everybody. And you can just use the green zone that we're going to establish in the national park and organize side events where you can showcase all those examples that we heard from Dr. Dinding and from Mr. Mark Farr or Dr. Rai and everybody. I think this can be a very good contribution from your side. And I've also heard that you, as an organization, you have planted 2 million trees, is that? 2.5 million trees. I think that's a very big contribution for us to have a physical legacy of the COP17. We want to see a more greener Mongolia with more land restored, with more people engaging in the agenda of fight against desertification and land degradation. And I think this can be a very big, tangible contribution from your side. Thank you.
Ambassador, we just accept everything you recommended. So it will be done, if that's okay, just to summarize. Thank you. Very good points. All Darhan. From Darhan, Mongolia, comes another model we want to offer you, Ambassador. I invite our country chairman, Gambat, and also give thanks and applaud all the staff here and young leaders that helped put on this forum today that worked with Gambat and Setaram. Could you give them a round of applause? The time is very short, so 2 or 3 minutes, and then one more, and we're done. Thank you.
Yeah, since the desertification and also beside with the Gir area is one of the issue we need to be tackled down, and that's why we are working since 13 years before, working with local communities, and then together with their strong participation, we could cultivate the first ever the canopied street together with them. And then now it's not only one, it's the expand into next and expand into next. And then it is first street was the 200 meter, very short. And then second street was the 400 meter. But third street is maybe longest street in the entire nation, and it's almost reached the 1,000 meter, consisting with 60 households are living in that street. And then we're working together with local people, also together with international volunteers. Also, I would like to appreciate one more appreciation to the volunteers. Some of the volunteers would, right after this forum, they will move to Darkhan, and then they will work there within 4 days. Very much appreciating your engagement. And then together with this, also several Korean university volunteers, and then from Seoul National University, from Incheon National University, also from Chonnam National University, and then together with local people, and then eventually we could make it happen. Now almost it's reaching into the accomplishment of 90% of this third street is almost going to finish. And then our ultimate goal is we would like to imitate this model into the nationwide. We can reach to all those 330 center of the Som. Som is the village we call in Mongolian language Som. And that is our big vision. And then thank you for the listening. Also, one more thing. Also, one of the big initiative among the many initiatives from Mongolia Forum is the Peace Park, a tree planting initiative, which is backing by the My Club volunteer and together with GPL, Global Peace Leadership Corps. And then we going to be planted the symbol of regional peace in the heart of the UB. And then we're going to invite all those regional countries and volunteers to came in Mongolia and they planted trees in that peace park. Also, not only the planting trees, also bring their know-how and best practices. And then also with their message for wishing peace. That is the idea of the Peace Park, one of the initiatives of the Mongolia Forum, together with the My Club volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you for this great example. I just wanted to add to my answer to Ambassador Angsaken that I just gave, and building on what Mr. Gambat shared with us. I think this idea of Peace Park is a great idea. I wanted to add to my answer that we would appreciate you mobilizing to plant trees as well, especially in the national park in the near or closer to the venue of the COP17, because the rationale behind choosing the national park, the easternmost side of the national park, is to develop that part of the park into a livable, walkable area, into a nice park. That can be our physical legacy. And since you have probably heard about the budget restrictions that we're facing in the government of Mongolia, most of the planning that we had on the planting trees in the venue will be cut, that's for sure. So I think this idea of Peace Park can be a good contribution for us to fill that budgetary gap that the government is facing. And I think that would help us beautify the national park, and it can be a very good symbol of peace of Northeast Asia. Another point is maybe you said that you would have a comprehensive approach to the development of the Peace Park. Maybe include something like sustainable wash facilities, like sanitation facilities in the park. Because according to Mongolian law, in the national park, we can't have a central pipeline and central wastewater management system. So that's why we would need and welcome lots of sustainable toilets and sanitary facilities in the park as well. Thank you.
I love every recommendation. On that one, I'm immediately thinking India. We have partners in India that are doing the sustainable. So just an idea. Maybe we bring some in. Sadaram. In a moment, we're going to announce, after one more remark, a partnership with my club and Global Peace Leadership Corps that's going to be taking action. I want to commend you, Serge, to incorporate her recommendation that within that partnership will be the mobilization to plant trees in the park for us. So I think, do we have a yes? We have a yes. We have a yes. So they're signing an MOU to support you today. Now, we need one thing from you, Madame. Blue Banner and GPF Mongolia, and we could say /my club, have a pending application for some kind of status recognition as a COP17 partner. If you could kindly accelerate that and do that, because then when we go around the world to promote you, we have a stamp that will allow us to get even more support. So thank you for your consideration. Last, peace is first. Cross-border engagement, afforestation, we've already begun that with the delegation led by Ambassador to the Kabuki Desert. Trust me, we have a big vision and action with Sid Chatterjee there that will be supporting this cross-border peace. We'll be working on it in Seoul, Korea, if you want to come, August 14, 15. We're having a working group in Korea on this one. But I want to invite, we've talked a lot today about North Korea. Would you like to hear from a North Korean young leader from Peace Agora? I will invite Kyung Il-jo, you've heard of him earlier today, but he's a young leader there. Of course, he's currently residing outside, but he's still a young North Korean leader, and he has a thought on this topic. Please, sir.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share about my thoughts. Well, I also planted a tree yesterday. We all planted, right? I hope this tree grows bigger and maybe provides a cool shade to the Mongolian people, maybe more. As we all know, trees breathe just like we do, right? And trees are not only allows us to live in a better environment, but also protect our lives. The Korean Peninsula is known to be a mountainous region, but not anymore. Maybe South Korea does, but not North Korea. When I lived in North Korea, I had to climb the mountain every day to cut trees because we had we had to get firewood. And also I had to sell it to the market for daily food. Not only me, but everyone in the village, they sold trees because that was the only thing they can get from the land. The mountains in North Korea have become bare this time. All the trees have been cut down, and the empty spaces had become with fields because there is a food shortage. Every year, North Korean residents suffer from disasters caused by treeless mountains. While we plant trees here, North Koreans still climb the mountain every day and to cut down trees because there is no energy. We plant, they cut it down. It becomes zero, right? Tree planting is desperately needed in North Korea this time. Planting trees is not just an environmental issues. It's just a survival issue and also a disaster issue. Planting trees is not just an act. It's a response to the land we have damaged. North Korea cannot afford to respond to the demands of its devastated land. We must support North Korea to preserve its land. I hope that the tree planting movement in Mongolia will also begin in North Korea. Maybe sending saplings is also a good idea. This will be a starting point, I think. This is not a political dialogue, right? And we can avoid sanctions issues also. So Mongolia has a strong advantage, I think. Mongolia should take these advantages and invite both Koreas and the Northeast Asian countries also. I hope that happens soon. I really hope that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I think you've given us a charge with denuded mountains in North Korea need trees. I know North Korea participated in the summit in Africa. They are part of COP16 and I'm sure 17. So perhaps that's one of the outcomes. If you could, sir, join with Sedram in a small committee with Mark Farr and prepare for the tree planting brigade offer to North Korea following COP17, that could be another very exciting outcome if North Korea would kindly receive it, to be determined. But I know Sedram has been working on this idea for a long, long time. Now, to everyone here at the Mongolia Forum, I have a question. What can you do? What can you offer? I know you have social media, every one of you in Russia, China. We have ways of promoting it. We'll have some promotional materials. You have your tree you planted, so you can promote that with my club. But we want to invite everyone here to consider what you can do to support Mongolia in COP17. We will pass the hat, not today necessarily. We'll try to take up a collection and raise some fund on a micro level for this tree planting in the Peace Park. We accept your challenge. We know we need some resources even for the trees. I think Gambat's an expert. We've appointed John Dixon today to work as a private sector liaison, including Weyerhaeuser International Tree Company. They've already had communications. So we'll be mobilizing some resources on a larger scale. Carbon credit, we have the largest project of its kind in Latin America who's coming. They've already met Oyansana. You met them, Mr. Betancourt. So I think you'll be in touch with him. Tell him he was volunteered today to join this team. We're speaking to them every month. So in conclusion, we're going to conclude this section with two action aspects. The first, we'll have a memorandum of agreement signing between the My Club, tree planting movement and the Global Peace Leadership Corps around advancing a leadership, community service, peace building, and environmental action in Mongolia and across the region. It includes student participation, GPC cohorts. It includes training, mentoring, certificates, and leadership development. It includes action project. We've already adopted the action project today, Mark. We have, your first project is to help the country here populate trees during COP17, and then secondly, we'll discuss the brigade to the North Korean mountains. But anyway, we'll have some projects and special diplomatic and cultural programs, and training, recognition, and certification are in this memorandum of agreement. So this is not a piece of paper, it's an action. Please come to the stage. While you're coming to the stage to sign the MOU, it will be signed by Sederam, Mark Farr, it will be witnessed by Gambat as signatory, and Ambassador. We want to invite Your Excellency Chimingdari and Oyansana and the COP office. If you'd like to join them on stage as they sign for the photo, we'd welcome it, even Ambassador Joseph, and eventually we'll invite you all up. But particularly the young people, we want to invite you also to the stage behind the signing. Now, as that's happening, I think we have a little tape running. We'll have one more quick action. Ambassador will lead the ratification, the reporting of the Mongolia statement, and then lunch. Is that okay? Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you all. We'll now have the signing. Mark, Sederam, please come up. We're signing the joint memorandum between the My Club movement and Global Peace Leadership Corps. Ding, ding. Could each of the speakers also come up, please? Okay. We're just showing in the background some of yesterday in the IC Park. This is just happening, watering their trees. Very beautiful. So I think that can continue going. Please, Sederam and Mark Farr and Gambat. Ambassador, you're to be observing. Stage, please. Oyansana. Ambassador Joseph, would you like to just in the photo, Gambat? Come on. I'd like to invite every young person to come up. You're all young, right? Everyone in the room. So anyone's invited, but all the young people, please quickly come up. First, we'll have My Club, Sederam sign, and then Mark Farr. Sederam. Everybody can come. You can all come up if you'd like to be in the photo. Go ahead. No, we already did the sign. Gambat. Now what we're going to do is give them a round of applause and yourselves, and we're going to turn the mic to Ambassador. If I could beg everyone to stay just a couple more minutes, the joint statement. Congratulations. And maybe, Ambassador, if you could come up, the two ambassadors, the three ambassadors, and Oyansana, get in a photo in the front. Ambassador and Oyansana, just stand together, or maybe Ambassador Joseph, Gambat, thank you. You can open up the thing to show it. You can open up. It's very Trumpian. No, it's not. Thank you. Thank you. So. Please have a seat just for a couple minutes. The final icing on the cake is Ambassador describing the joint statement. If you could have your seat just for one more moment.
Almost, I can say good afternoon because the lunch hour is almost finished. So I would like to just take a few minutes of your time to introduce the draft joint statement that we have discussed at the retreat for 2 or 3 days. We have reflected the position and so on of the 3 areas that we were covering that. And I would like to say that there is a unanimity, at least, there was a unanimity at least at the retreat state. So I would like to read it out. If you, then we'll see whether we can agree as it adopted. Joint Statement of the Mongolia Forum 2025. We participants assembled at the Mongolia Forum 2025 held on 24th June, because we're going to be the last persons who will be adopting it, in Ulaanbaatar addressed some issues, not all issues, but some issues that require careful consideration and further dialogue, and declared the following, very short. Mongolia Forum affirms that lasting peace and shared prosperity in Northeast Asia require a bold vision rooted in dialogue, cooperation, and principled leadership based on truth and nonviolence. It believes that a united Korean Peninsula shall serve as an important pillar of the region's stability and development in line with the notion Hangi Kongan, living for the benefit of all humanity, and that the Korean dream of unifying aspiration offers a transformative model for reconciliation, integration, freedom, human rights, and peaceful building in the region for sustainable development. In that regard, Mongolia's neutral and trusted position and its negotiating experience provide a unique platform for multilateral engagement, confidence building, civil society collaboration, and full cooperation. Collaborative economic development through regional mechanisms and cross-border initiatives is essential to unlocking the full potential of the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia, fostering stability and shared prosperity. By enhancing connectivity, people-to-people contacts, trade, and coordinated infrastructure investment, such efforts can stimulate private sector engagement, bridge economic transition, and robust relations with all parties of the United Nations Convention to combat desertification. Building on the leadership of Khurel Sukh's 1 billion tree initiative addressing desertification and related issues of community transitions, economy, and sustainable development, we affirm the vital role of civil society, youth, private sector forestation initiatives, and support scaling up regional models for such as My Club tree planting movement that we have just witnessed in Mongolia. Greening initiatives in the Kubiki Desert in Inner Mongolia. Together, many partners, including the United Nations and member states, the Global Peace Foundation, Blue Banner, Action for One Korea United, One Korea Foundation, Global Peace Leadership Corps, corporations, and carbon credit investors among others, need to increase their conservation contributions to cross-border cooperation, including North and South Korea, for peace and unification and sustainable development. To do that, strategies will be considered to raise funds for joint development projects. Mongolia Forum 8 in 2026 and our actions and participations in partnerships in interim will further our objectives and impacts advancing regional peace and security, the Korean dream of a free and united Korea, co-prosperity, and youth leadership to preserve our sacred environments for one earth, one family, and one future. Ulaanbaatar, 24 June 2025. I think I've read out everything, so if you have any questions, please. But otherwise, I believe that with your applaudissements, we believe that we have already adopted it. Thank you very much, and have a nice lunch. That's the
We have a lunch announcement.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after all these passionate discussions, I'm sure we're starting to feel hungry. So lunch is being served on the 3rd floor. You can reach it by the stairs, or you can also take the elevator right next to the registration desk. And our staff are standing along the way to show you directions to the restaurant. So 3rd floor, you can't miss it. If you miss it, let us know, and we'll be happy to assist. And as for the next session, Mongolia Youth Leadership Forum, the starting time is set at 2:30. So see you at 2:30. Bon appetit. And let us know if there is anything we can assist you with. So see you soon.